Dungeon Crawler Carl revealed. Ender's Game revealed. Bon Jovi revealed. And it's another What's Cooking With.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Houston, and I'm the editor of Pinball Magazine. In all seriousness, I'm joined by...
I'm not in all seriousness, but I am Martin Ebb, and I'm the editor of Pinball News, and Jonathan and I are here to look back at all the exciting events in the pinball world, and there have been quite a lot of them, throughout this exciting month that's just gone, of July 2026. Yes, and as you can hear from the headlines, we've got a lot going on in this particular PINcast.
Actually, we could have had a lot more headlines because there is so much going on. So, So welcome to this Pinball Industry News Cast, or PINcast, as we like to call it. It's the podcast the industry listens to. And Indeed. If you keep on listening, then you'll find out why. So let's start with the reveal of 2 games by Multimorphic.
Yeah.
And Martin has all the insights because Martin wrote 2 articles about each of the, one for each of these games, for Pinball News, of course. So what can you tell us about Dungeon Crawler Carl and Ender's Game?
Yes, that's right. Yes, so Multimorphic announced 2 new game releases for their P3 pinball platform this month. 2 titles based on the same playfield layout, but with totally different themes, artwork, software, rules, sounds, etc. Both incorporate a new rotating disc mechanism, which sits over the lower part of the playfield, which is where the video screen is and where the infrared grid detects the ball movement as well. And it incorporates, there's quite a lot of things in this rotating disc. There's multiple illuminated stand-up targets, including individual ones and ones in a bank, which can rotate round to allow you to hit them or to move them out of the way. Movable ball guides on the top and the bottom side, so the ball can be deflected or guided towards your shot, or when it comes back to you, it can be diverted to either of the in lanes, depending on in which direction the ball is, or it can be diverted into an entirely new cannon mechanism, which is part of the disc as well. So that can fire the shots either automatically or under player control, depending on what the game is doing. And it also incorporates 183, count them, RGB LEDs as well. Some doing lighting around the edge, some doing internal lighting, and some for the stand-up targets. So we mentioned, there were two games. The first of those...
Actually, before you continue, this spinning disc that you're talking about, obviously we're audio, we're not video, so we can't show it to you, but this disc is like the size of a pizza. It's that big.
It is. It's transparent largely as well, so you can see the ball as it rolls under it, because it is suspended over the playfield, like all the mechanisms over the video part of the playfield. You can't drill through the screen in order to mount it. So it sits
we tried that,
above
but it didn't work.
Worked briefly.
Very good for display. Yeah.
Very briefly. It's mounted on a number of grooved casters on the side, on which it rotates, and there's a stepper motor in the middle as well, which turns the whole mechanism round. And interestingly, the thing that I saw that straight away, and I saw these wires going into it, and I thought, well, how do you keep spinning it round when you've got all these wires, and they're going to get tangled unless you spin it backwards, like the old magic trunk in Theatre of Magic that's got like the magnets inside and the light, and having owned one of those, I've had it where it doesn't spin it back properly or spins around too much, and the wires all get twisted and break, and you end up with problems. Apparently, this all works by having slip rings inside the hub of the disc, where all the connections are made, so it can keep spinning round and round in the same direction for as long as you like. And there's nothing to get tangled. Everything is connected through these rings. So very clever. As you say, it's a big mechanism, and
it's very impressive.
It is, and it
At
looks
least for
great.
me. If you're looking for a wow factor, this is definitely it.
And it does a lot of things which you probably don't realise until you actually see it in action in the middle of a game. Directing a ball at the various shots in the main upper playfield module, which we haven't even talked about yet. So yeah, it's these two games, Dungeon Crawl Carl, or we call DCC, as we're going to call it from now on to save our sanity.
Thank you. Yeah.
An Ender's Game, which could call EG, but probably call it Ender's Game. They both use the same basic upper playfield module layout, but DCC has a lot more sculpting and some character sculpts on it. So it has a huge, great sculpt, sort of landscape sculpt over the back part of it. It makes it look like a part of the dungeon from the story, if you're familiar with that. And it has 4 characters as well dotted around the playfield module, whereas Ender's Game, that is all opened up, has a lot more visibility of the wireforms that are going on back there, and the ball stackers as well, which is another part of the playfield module. It has 2. If you remember the game Final Resistance from Scott Denisi that they had,
Yes.
had this big this ship mechanism that could stack balls and fire them out at you very, very quickly when you start multi-ball. It was like 2 of those on the upper playfield module for DCC and Ender's Game, and they work differently in the 2 titles. In Dungeon Crawler Carl DCC, they I think they only release the ball from one side, and the other side is used as a sort of an indicator of how much mana you have built up in the game. So the more balls that are in that, the more mana you have. Whereas in Ender's Game, they are used. One's used to represent Ender's sister, Valentine. Is that right? Valentine, I think, yeah. Who is the sort of more compassionate side. So balls are released out of that side a lot more softly. And on the other side is his brother Peter, who's a bit of a psychopath. So he fires the balls out like they do in Final Resistance at you. But in there, you're able to transfer balls from one side to the other in that game. So you part of the theme of the game is to balance the 2 sides of your character, the more empathetic side based on his sister, while also keeping the more aggressive side of it in battles from his brother. So that's part of that game. But anyway, going back to it, we were sort of getting a bit ahead of ourselves here because Dungeon Crawler Carl DCC is the first one of these, and so that's based on the very popular book series by Matt Kinnaman. Which is also a big audiobook series as well. A lot of people are familiar with it from that. It's also an RPG tabletop game, and it's also been picked up to be turned into a TV series as well by Seth MacFarlane's TV company, Fuzzy Door. So that's going to be coming out soon. So that should be an interesting TV series. Mm-hmm. So it's a growing franchise. It's going to be a total of 10 books long. Currently, there are 8 books released, and the game on the Multimorphic platform, P3 platform, is based on the first 7 books of that. So 6 of which are kind of like selectable. When you start the game, you can pick which of the books and which of the levels of the game you want to start in. You can play them in any order, but you can also play them in a linear way as well. We'll hear more about this a bit later. And the 7th book is like the wizard mode at the moment, but there's the potential is there to incorporate books 8, 9, and 10 when they are finally, well, when 9 and 10 are released and the story is more wrapped up. So anyway, as I said, the DCC game features sculpts of four sculpts of Carl, Donut, Princess Donut the cat, Samantha, and Mongo the dinosaur, which we'll all be familiar with if you know the series, and if you don't, it will mean absolutely nothing to you. But
it's like an original theme.
It is, but they are very beautifully sculpted, all done by Stumbler Pinball, which is a new tie-up between Multimorphic and Stumbler, and very nicely done they are as well. And there's also a huge, great land, as I mentioned, there's a big dungeon landscape sculpt at the back. Dungeon Crawler Carl for the P3 is available as an entire machine, which costs $12,350. Or if you have a P3, then you can just buy the kit for $5,250. That's DCC. Ender's Game is the second title, and that's also based on a book, but a single book this time, not a series, by Orson Scott Card, whose name appears in the title of the book, of the pinball, I should say. It's Orson Scott Card's Ender's Game. And the story is about a young boy who's identified as a candidate to help lead Earth's defences against an alien invasion, a third alien invasion, after two had already failed. And his journey through battle school, learning to develop his tactical combat skills, and as well as his personal character, as I mentioned before, about balancing the two sides of it, represented by his brother and his sister. So this doesn't have any sculpts on it, so the game is a bit cheaper. It's priced at $11,750, with the kit for that coming in at $4,400.
Right.
So, yes. Okay. So I think that's kind of like the basics of what we're talking about here.
Right. But of course, we want to know more.
Of course. So to find out more, about these two games, how they were built, how they developed, who was working on them, and the whole process, we got together with Multimorphic head Jerry Stellenberg, the co-creative director of both those games, Stephen Silver, and also the artist who worked on both those games, Brad Albright, who did the entire art package for Ender's Game and did all the stuff under the glass for Dungeon Crawler Carl. So we got them all together, and let's hear from them now. Okay, well, we are joined by Jerry Stellenberg, the head of Multimorphic.
Go ahead.
Hang on,
We're joined.
I thought I had. Okay, we'll start again. Okay, so we're joined by Jerry Stellenberg, head of Multimorphic, Stephen Silver, the creative director on both the titles we're talking about today, and Brad Albright, the creator of the entire Ender's Game art package and all the under glass art for Dungeon Crawler Carl. So thanks for joining us, and welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Okay, so one day on from the reveal, that's when we're having this chat. How do you feel about the launch? How did it all go yesterday?
Oh gosh, launch times are always super exciting. There's so much work that goes up into them, and then this big event happens. We all kind of take it in and enjoy it, and then get back to work. But the launch was spectacular. The excitement is off the charts, and it's just a really fun day.
Well, this one was certainly different because of the dual nature of it, but are all the game launches different from your perspective?
Well, certainly the themes are different, and therefore the audiences are different, and the reactions are different, but as a whole, especially with the P3 platform and its continued evolution and its continued growth and adoption, yes, every launch is more exciting and more pervasively bought into by the masses, which is awesome.
Okay, and obviously every time there's a game launch, there's the concern about there being leaks taking place, and even more so this time when you had two titles to launch. Are those a concern to you in the run up to your official planned reveal?
I mean, of course, we stay confidential throughout the development process, and then as we get close to launch, we enact a marketing strategy, and that includes for us telling certain people about it so they can prepare media, they can help prepare cool launch materials, and it also involves having the last two launches, we've had a private party with a lot of our P3 owners local to Texas and friends of the company, and with every person that learns about the title, there's of course risk, but we know what can happen if people leak it, and we try to take that into account and weigh that against the need to be super confidential, and we make our decisions. But every company deals with this. It's you want to set up yourselves for success, and then you bake in backup plans, and then you see how it goes.
You're not ever tempted to sort of do any misdirection, shall we say, is when it comes to launch time, and let certain people think it's a different title or a different time even to launch it.
You could certainly employ that strategy, and that has its own risks and fallout if people. Well, what if people like the backup plan more than the real title? You could set yourselves up either way, and people are going to criticize or love you either way. So you just figure out what you want to do, what's best for your company, and move forward.
Obviously, launch the game end of July, but you're not going to start building the game until towards the end of the year. So why announce it now rather than when you're ready to start shipping it?
Yeah, that's our normal process. Actually, it's what we've done for all of our games. So we're a reasonably small company. We don't have a huge warehouse of space to store machines, and generally we launch a game just like any kind of campaign where you launch a new, I don't know, a board game or something, and we gauge interest, we receive pre-orders, and then based on those we order parts for production. It takes a couple months for parts to come in, usually 2, 3, or 4 months, and then we analyze those parts and get busy building. But it's a normal process of production.
Right. So you don't start building anything yet, and you just you haven't got the parts yet. I guess you have to wait for them to arrive.
That's correct, and you can imagine the design cycle for any of these games is super long, and then once the game is ready, do you sit on that design for another 4, 5, 6 months just waiting for parts so you can build them, or do you launch it and do our process? And we've decided that this process works really well because we get an initial batch of interest. We know exactly how many people are signed up to buy them, and then we can prepare our production based on that.
And in the meantime, you're still building Portal games?
Oh yeah, and actually a lot of people pre-purchased where they tried to game the system, but we don't let people game the system. They tried to buy in early to these new unannounced titles, but we don't pre-sell unannounced titles. So what they did instead is they pre-bought P3s with Portal, which absolutely will sell them a machine with Portal. So our build queue is actually a few months long now because the Portal build queue has extended out again.
Right. So I understood you sort of reached out to outside the pinball audience, so to speak, because the game was first announced at Comic-Con. Is that correct? There was some sort of seminar.
Comic-Con. In the Dungeon Crawler Carl panel in Hall H at Comic-Con, an amazing opportunity.
Right, because that reach, especially for the audience that is so familiar with the Dungeon Crawler Carl theme, that must have created a huge buzz for you guys.
Yeah, it's been great to watch. There's been a lot of things that it's been an interesting working with Matt on this as far as a book launch, and some of the things that we've done together have worked out really well. Matt went and told a lot of people early on, like months ago, that he was working on a pinball machine. And think of how many people went out and started reading those books because they found out that a Dungeon Crawler Carl pinball machine was coming out. And all the people that are in this universe and love this universe got super excited about the theme and was telling them, and that's infectious to everybody else. And so many people now in the pinball community have actually been exposed to these books and discovered the universe because they knew this thing was coming. And getting the opportunity to show the trailer and show this room full of passionate Dungeon Crawler Carl fans and media at Comic-Con was just an opportunity that was too big for us to pass up. And it's, we're like when you launch that, and then like the next day on Monday we're launching the games for real. It was just a no-brainer that this is an awesome opportunity for us to get that out in front of people.
But there must have been a huge number of questions that were then directed at you for more details about it. And did you just say you have to wait till tomorrow to find out?
Well, so the launch video on that was played at Comic-Con said orders start on Monday at launch time. So we didn't get a ton of questions. We mostly saw it from the pinball community who got word that it played at Comic-Con, and they started asking.
Okay, so but I can imagine if we look at well, most pinball companies are selling to, if I may generalize a little bit, like say 40-plus-year-old men. Comic-Con is quite a different audience, I figure. And of course, P3 is also quite different in the sense that it's way more technology advanced compared to traditional pinball machines, even if they have LCDs. Would you say that you guys are definitely catering to a younger audience than most of the other companies?
I'm not sure that like we're just catering to everybody. Like this is a theme that speaks to so many people out there. And honestly, like go look at all the stuff they're talking about on Comic-Con and think of how many people out there would be excited for all those properties and stuff that people are talking about at Comic-Con. Comic-Con is like this big it is like the epicenter of like pop culture, all these things that happen and are talked about online and people get excited about it. And so I think that it's good for pinball when pinball has themes and games that appeal beyond the core pinball collecting demographic. I think you saw interesting stuff when Pokemon went out there, and like you saw a lot more younger people getting involved and things like that. And a lot of these people that are out there, it's easy for us to look at them and say, "Oh, these are all young people." A lot of these people are in their 30s that have disposable income and are excited about these kind of things that they're passionate about. And again, I think that these books appeal to everybody. Like when you get in and you dive into these books and you start learning about them, everybody that I've personally talked with about these books and they've started reading them, they all come back to me and they're all obsessed. They're all super excited about the universe that this guy is creating. And it's been writing it's been incredible to watch it over the last year, how much Dungeon Crawler Carl has been growing in popularity, and it's just going to keep going when the TV show hits and whenever this thing gets much more mainstream. And at the rate that Matt's putting out content, we're gonna see the extra books come out in no time, and it's going to be really cool to watch the audience grow.
Right. I have to admit that I wasn't familiar with the theme until I was aware that it was going to be turned into a pinball, in which case I decided to start doing research into it. But I haven't started reading the books. I haven't had time, to be honest. I've been working on the articles. But it's certainly something which a lot of people seem to know about. And you mentioned about Pokemon just now, and it does seem to have a similar crossover to that in that there are lots and lots of people who are really into the theme of Dungeon Crawler Carl and Pokemon who don't necessarily even talk about it. You wouldn't know that they were fans of it unless you actually start asking them about it, and then they'll start getting into all the minutiae and the detail of exactly what's in the story. But we can get onto that particular game later. But I want to go back to sort of like the process really, because when we were talking about the development of these two games, I think Jerry, you said that you typically will have two design teams, one working on the upcoming title and one working on the release after that. But in this case, of course, Stephen, you were creative director on both of these teams, and both those teams have now released their games at the same time. So how does that affect the work going forward? We haven't really got one team who's working on the upcoming title because you both your upcoming titles have been released at once. So does one team get an extended amount of time until their next game comes out, or does one team get a shorter amount before they have to reveal?
Well, there's always a lot of overlap on these games. Like we were finishing up Portal, working on Portal while we were developing these games, and there will be a lot of carryover on this. But I work with my co-creative director, Josh Kugler, on Ender's Game, and there's a dedicated team of people involved in in that title. And I also worked with my co-creative director Ian Harrower on Dungeon Crawler Carl and a dedicated team involved with that. And so there's definitely some of us are working on multiple games, but a lot of the core people that are on each team are kind of dedicated into those games. And you'll hear our rules designers on both games made a conscientious effort not to learn too much about the other game because they didn't want that influencing their rules. And these two games play very, very differently. Josh made a concerted effort to be in on both meetings just so he could make sure that we're not duplicating too much effort. But he discovered really quickly that the games were going in different directions and are completely different experiences. And so, yeah, there's always going to be some overlap on different design titles, and I'm in meetings with the future titles as well. But and Brad was in all these meetings as well because he's working on both games, and he can speak to that as well. But yeah, so for some of us, it's there's been a lot working on both titles, but it's really been a work of passion by everybody on these teams. Most people sign up to these games if they're passionate about it, and a lot of people on Dungeon Crawler Carl also had heard of it, but they hadn't read it yet, and so they go and they take it seconds. They dive into the audiobooks, they dive into the stuff, and they see what the world is like, and it's amazing how fast people can dive in and all of a sudden come up like a month later and okay, I've burned through all 8 books. These are incredible. Let's go, And so the same thing with a lot of us had come from Ender's Game being really big fans of the book, but then you realize there's this whole universe of Ender's books out there of other stories around that. And I just remember I went on a deep dive, listening to every single thing I could in the Ender's universe just to better inform how we tell the stories in these games. And so, yeah, everybody on these teams have been super passionate about it. And people, there's so much that we do pouring into these titles to make sure that we're delivering a really complete thematic experience that's a fun pinball experience first and foremost to people who buy them. And so I think everybody's going to be, if you're a fan of Ender's Game, you're going to love the game. If you're a fan of Dungeon Crawler Carl, you're going to love the game. And if you're not, these themes will speak to you because these are great themes that have these universal stories that are great that really come through in the games. I remember another game that showed when Rick and Morty came out, a lot of people weren't familiar with that, and then they got familiar with the license, and the license, the content was good that a lot of people were like, oh, we're going to buy into this. So that kind of thing happens with good themes. And so I'm glad we're able to introduce Dungeon Crawler Carl and Ender's Game to people who don't know about it because they're great stories.
Okay. Now, obviously, they share a common playfield design. I mean, other than the sculpts and the landscaping on Dungeon Crawler Carl, is everything else physically identical between the two games?
Yes, the base playfield for both of them and the extension module, the mechanics of them are identical. Yes.
Okay, so then I guess we have to ask that question about the ability to run either game software on a single playfield module. Is that something which you were working towards?
Oh man, so yes, with the P3 and downloadability and the ability to play lots of games on different on each module, people are asking us that, of course. I don't think that's been ever done in the pinball industry before with any dual theme release, if I'm remembering correctly. It's currently not an option, but we are talking to the licensors to see if we can make it an option, and we'll see what happens. But hopefully someday people can play both games on the same playfield.
Right. Now, if we're talking playfield design, this huge spinning disc is definitely a wow factor for me. I was like, what? How? How does that? Is it even possible? So, was it difficult to well, first of all, come up with it and then design it and get it to work properly? I'm not sure if anybody can discuss the design process of that of that wheel.
Yeah, I can dig into that some. Ideas flow freely in our brainstorming sessions. We start early in the process just throwing stuff out there and seeing what sticks. I think it was Stephen who suggested that we have an outside kind of looping shot that can feed into an extended loop up in the upper playfield. And you see that's kind of the left in the default position with the disc. When the left metal rail is there, you can shoot all the way through it and up. We started talking about new ideas. I think it was Josh who suggested, if we put this on a disc, we can connect this shot with, or we can rotate the disc and we can do the same thing on the other side. And then we just all started throwing ideas out there. Hey, we should put targets on it. Hey, what if we put a cannon on it? Oh my God, we should put a slingshot on it and more targets. Oh, if we rotate it this way, we can put all the targets right in front of the flippers and create this really close-in battle situation. So these were early brainstorming discussions, just tons of ideas. And then we take these ideas once we kind of filter through the good ones and the bad ones, or things that we think will work together and things that we don't. And then we go to TJ, our mechanical engineer, and we're like, TJ, make us a disc that has a loop, a cannon, 8 targets, ball paths that you can rotate around, and you can shoot the cannon down and you can shoot the cannon up. And oh, by the way, make sure that we can redirect the ball as it's returning from wireforms on the top of the disc to go left, to go right, to go into the cannon, all these things. And TJ just kind of stares at me when I bring these things to him.
Oh, and you might need to reinvent how stand-up targets work, just so that it can work in this context and and light up and be really visually amazing. And yeah, TJ really carries the ideas so much further, and it's this being my third experience, second and a half experience with TJ, seeing him give these crazy ideas an elegant solution visually and mechanically. That's the part that really blows my mind.
Yeah, I was absolutely gobsmacked you were able to get that connection to that spinning disc and make it reliable. And I mean, just looking at the number of wires that go from the arm onto the disc, I was thinking, how on earth are you going to make all those connections? Because obviously you got power, you got serial data, and you've got switches and solenoids, and there's a lot going on there. I thought, I can't understand if it doesn't have to rotate back again to untwist everything. Is it all on slip rings? And then you confirm that's exactly how it is. And I was thinking, well, how many connections have you got here? There must be a lot under there in a very small area. So I thought that was a very impressive bit of design work.
Yeah, the iteration process on a mech like this, or a mech like the Crane and Heist, or any number of our mechs, the iteration process is pretty long and intense, and the design changes throughout. Now, we have prototypes of the disc that worked differently. We have our first prototype did not use a slip ring, and it was hardwired, and it did only rotate less than 360 degrees. And then one day we're like, you know what? We have some features we want to use in these games. I mean, some modes we want to implement that would really like to see this disc free rotating all the way around. So we're like, okay, let's look into slip rings and see if we can make it happen. And 2 weeks later, we had a prototype with a slip ring, and we're playing a mode where this disc is free rotating while you're trying to hit shots on the disc and through the disc and beyond the disc. And it was a must do at that point. We had to make sure we could make that reliable and figure out how to get that to production because it was so amazing. Okay,
so when you play that prototype disc for the first time and it's actually working, can you just describe what I assume is euphoria?
So generally, I work at the factory with TJ, and we iterate on the hardware, and I'm usually the one play testing it, and then I record it with a streaming rig and share all of my recordings with the rest of the team so they can see what it looks like, how it's playing, do all that stuff, and just to shoot the shot and see it go all the way through the disc and flow around is amazing in itself. But I mean, I'll let Stephen and Brad respond to how I reacted on the videos when things like the hand-to-hand combat situation happened, or the first time we played a ball of swine with the disc free floating.
Jerry's not the most expressive person sometimes, especially with stuff we've talked about and iterated on forever. But whenever you see him playing something and you watch him like have like an actual like, wow, that was amazing kind of reaction on these videos, it just fills us all with so much energy. It's like, wow, we got Jerry like got excited about it. But Brad, you got to go up there and play one of the early prototypes before anybody else. What was your impressions of it?
I did, yeah. Well, Occupational Hazard, I was concerned about the visuals of it. The first prototype was it was like an off the shelf Lazy Susan thing that had like a big metallic outer ring. So my first thought was like, okay, how does this look, right? Mm-hmm. Which is now very different. It's transparent. It's elegant and gorgeous. So those fears were, I guess, unfounded, or maybe they were realistic at the time. But playing it the first time, I was surprised how well it shot. So the concept of having these changing ball paths that are that close to the flipper, you're creating a lot of dangerous shots as well as a lot of these flowing movements. And I think Jerry was surprised how I was able to hit all the shots right away. Because, like, admittedly, I'm not the best player. I'm not like a tournament guy whatsoever. I'm a casual player, really. But I was able to hit all the shots without really having any trouble initially, and I think that was encouraging for everybody.
But it's not even your skill level. It's that the shots are all in different places, and it's the first time you experience these shots that are reasonably close to the flipper with their entrances. So seeing Brad step up to the machine and find the shots very quickly was a pretty cool revelation that anyone who walks up to these games should be able to enjoy all of the variety of the disc shots.
Yeah, one thing I noticed is that through this process, especially with this mech, how many times we were shooting around and Jerry was shooting around and play test and everything, and then we discovered something new we could do with this and something else that was incredibly fun. It's like, oh, if we put it in this position, all of a sudden it does this, or if we put it in this position, and just having the ability to rotate this thing 360 degrees in any direction is really awesome, especially how we can divert the balls in different ways on the top of the playfield as well. And the amount of shot geometry that opens up and different play styles with this, which was important to both the teams, because in Dungeon Crawler Carl, the dungeon is changing on every floor you go to. In Ender's Game, every time you go into the battle room, the different star configurations are set up in different ways for different challenges and those things. And so that was a core part of us going to this kind of a mech. And it really does deliver when we're playing about how many different things you can do with this thing. It's awesome.
It's so like surprising, even if you've seen it in a stream or like in our case watching Jerry do a playtest video, seeing things like having the targets rotate into position that close to the flippers. You're like, okay, that looks extremely dangerous and difficult. But when you experience it in person, it's like involuntary laughter. It's this like strange surprise joy, and it's actually easier to play than you think. But because it's so immediate and in your face, it's just such a surprising, fresh feeling.
Yeah, I mean, slingshots are fun when you can get action between slingshots and everything else. But when you put a wall of targets up there, but where you've got the wall of targets and the slingshots, you get so much action off those targets and those slingshots and the flippers. That's one of my favorite things about it. When we put that ring in targets forward and you start playing around with it, and how much action you get in that area, it's amazing.
But of course, all this relies on there being not just the hardware that you described, but also the software and the playfield graphics as well to support it all. So, where are you now with the how complete is the software and the graphics for both those games. I've seen it suggested that only book 1 of Dungeon Crawler Carl is currently coded into the game, but it looks like there's a lot more in there than that, and particularly when you can select from all the books at the when you're changing floors. So where are we with software for both Dungeon Crawler Carl and Ender's Game?
So Dungeon Crawler Carl, we've confirmed that we're building in code for books 1 through 7. We have started with book 1, which is levels 1 and 2, which are kind of called the training floors, and they give you access to boss battles, and a lot of the features and learning that happen in the book are translated into the pinball modes in a super engaging way that I don't want to spoil for everybody. But book 1 is mostly implemented now. We'll have a couple more modes or a couple more books implemented, hopefully before Pinball Expo in October. And when the game starts shipping later this year, we should have most of the books, probably not all of them implemented yet, but most of the books integrated into the game. So we're pretty early right now in Dungeon Crawler Carl, but even book 1 as it's implemented is a fairly deep, it's equivalent to, if not already more than a full rule set from a 90s kind of Williams Valley game. But on the other side, Ender's, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, what about Ender's Game?
Yeah, Ender's Game is much farther along as far as rules implementation goes. Essentially, Ender's Game will be ignoring some of the end of story things. Ender's Game is a journey through battle school and then into command school.
Yeah.
And 70-80% of the book is battle school. And the battle school implementation of the game is essentially complete. There's a few more things to add, but the code, the modes, the gameplay, the multi-ball, the audio and visual experience, the light shows, they're there and they're spectacular. They're awesome.
And the artwork, is that all done, Brad?
For Dungeon Crawler Carl?
Well, for both.
Yeah. The art for I keep wanting to use the code names. Fluorine is Ender's Game, and Sodium is Dungeon Crawler Carl. Mm-hmm. So the artwork for Ender's Game is done. That's all my work there, and then the artwork on Dungeon Crawler Carl it's done for the first level, and then there's work already in process for the additional levels on the screen implementation.
Right. Okay.
Right. So the changing environments on the screen, and then little like ancillary things like bits of loot that you pick up from your defeated mobs and things like that. That'll continue to be like fleshed out further and made more elaborate.
Okay, but for neither of those licenses did you get anything in the way of any video assets? But Dungeon Crawler Carl, I always find it hard to say that. There are quite some sort of sharing of assets there between different licensors by the sounds of it. You had access to the tabletop RPG art from Renegade Game Studios to work with as a basis for your artwork, I think, Brad. And to incorporate, and of course you also had the vocal talent from the audiobook for that game. It must have helped a lot when you were developing the look and the feel and the sound of the game.
Yeah,
so let me address that a little bit. We'll let Stephen talk about the kind of creative challenges around it. But if you look at it from the outside in, any company looking at a book license with no assets, you'd call them insane for even considering it, because developing all the content you need for a pinball game is already intense when you have assets, but without assets it's kind of nuts. And with Ender's Game, we started with 0.
Yep.
We licensed the title, the ability to build a game around the story of Ender's Game, and we had to create everything from scratch. For Dungeon Crawler Carl, Matt Dinneman does a really good job of kind of getting all of the licensees to help each other and work together and kind of share assets. So when we started down that path, he connected us with Renegade Games and Playmate Toys, and both of those companies have developed a lot of assets already. You can imagine all the graphics that go into the tabletop game and the cards and all that stuff. And then Playmate Toys is a toy company, and they had sculpts of a lot of the characters that we were thinking about integrating into the physical artwork. We didn't wind up using their designs because they weren't the right size and configurations for us, but they served as a great reference that we could pass along to Davey so he could kind of match some of the look and feel. But yeah, we got a bit of a head start on Dungeon Crawler Carl because of all the other licensees, and of course from Jeff Hayes' audiobook recordings. But yeah, Ender's Game was from scratch. Steven can talk about the challenges therein.
Yeah, but even though we got access to assets and everything else, we decided very early on that we wanted the entire game to be wrapped in original art, and we were able to work with Luciano, who did all the art for all the cover of all the books, and it's absolutely gorgeous what he did with the cabinet art and being able to do these original scenes that hadn't existed before, and so in addition to that, we're working with Brad to do this incredible artwork on the inside of the game, and we're going to give you unique experiences on every single floor. And so, we definitely, it really helps having a lot of those being able to pull from those other assets to put things together in the game. But there's a ton of this game that is all original, that really shows off the talent of these incredibly talented people that we're working with on the screen and on the cabinet itself. And in Ender's Game, again, like I said, we were doing everything from scratch, and I know Brad can talk about the challenges of doing something like this, where you are trying to stay true to the story, but it's really funny because people have different images in their head that they've created for themselves about who these characters are, and when you're trying to be an artist and hit those marks, it's funny how we all come to this and say, wait, that's not how I imagined it. Brad, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, for sure. It is a monumental task to adapt a work of text, right? And a really exciting challenge therein. But yeah, I mean, it must be said how different a challenge that is to represent something that people have like internalized and are very like emotional and connected to, but doesn't have a defined visual identity, versus something like, I don't know, a lot of properties that become pinball machines, they have a visual identity, even if they're getting redrawn and re-rendered in maybe a stylistic new way, whatever. There's a lot of reference points to know if it looks correct or if it's gonna, hit the fan base the right way. In this case, it's a lot of churn, it's a lot of sketching and bouncing things off the team to see if this is how they visualized it, if we think that it's a version of this character or this environment that makes sense for the ways that we would need to implement it for the gameplay, and does it match the way that the author described it. So that doing that for Ender's Game is probably the most challenging project I've ever worked on. And then on the other side of the spectrum, it was a really satisfying, fulfilling experience to work on Dungeon Crawler Carl in a different way, where we had in some ways the best possible scenario, having access to not only assets from Renegade, but also Luciano, to give fans what they expect to see based on what they've seen before on the books, but not regurgitating those same images. So it's the same artist giving them new representations of those characters in the same stylistic form. And then I could do what I could do best to make it an excellent pinball experience that has its own, sort of specialized skill set, doing things in a world under glass as a user interface, as a storytelling vehicle, and then also doing what I can to make those disparate assets cohesive to the whole. in addition to working with Davey on sculpts, which was a whole other kind of joy to watch that unfold, and just working with him is excellent. But also to see these things start from kind of a rough ball of clay into the crazy detailed sculpts that they became.
Yeah, and I just want to like the sculpts in Dungeon Crawler Carl are amazing. Like me and Brad were just marveling at the detail at Mongo, and the watching Donut's eyes light up behind the sunglasses. But I also want to take a second and brag on Brad for Ender's Game. Ender's Game is an absolutely gorgeous game. This back glass is one of my favorite back glasses ever. Like Brad has a couple that he'll have at the Southern Pride Gaming Expo. That just when we see this lit up, how gorgeous it is. I've seen it on my P3, looking at the background here, and so I feel incredibly lucky that we've been able to put out two incredibly gorgeous games and know how much the look and appearance of a game is. And coming off of Portal, which was an absolutely gorgeous game itself, it's really awesome to have these three in a row.
Yeah, for Brad, it must have been a pretty intense pinball year for you. Oh, year and a bit, I suppose. Going from Portal and doing Winchester, and now you've got these two projects, and of course they're not finished yet either. They'll be going on for some time. Do the projects like this take up all your time, or do you still get any opportunity to work on other non-pinball related projects?
Thank you for the. It's a very good question. They do not leave me very much in the tank for personal work or for other things. I still have the itch, and I have like a dry erase board that I'm staring at right now that has things that I want to touch on. But it really takes up all my resources because I'm so emotionally invested, and it's not just for me. There's a whole team, and there's fans, and there's the licensors, and it feels like it would be crazy to divert resources away when I just want these things to be the best possible version that they can be. And, I have to remind myself how lucky I am to be given these kinds of opportunities and be entrusted with it. Because as scary and terrifying as it can feel for me in the middle of the process, I have to really appreciate that, people are counting on me to do my best work. And
well, these are things that are going to be around for forever, pretty much, aren't they? So what you're doing now will still be there in 50 or 100 years time, like or previous pinball art, pinball creations.
Sure. Yeah, it's cool that you say that. I think maybe that's part of why I was drawn to work in pinball in the first place, was to be able to be involved in something that's bigger than myself, that could actually like outlive me. And really the dream was always about making things not even for arcades, but imagining that someone could have a thing in their home that they love forever and continue to find little details and Easter eggs. And like, to me, that was really the very focused dream that I had. And I've been very thankful that last year with Portal, I kind of like broke into the industry thanks to these guys, and I'm so far continuing to be able to take a fresh crack at it all the time.
Well, I've seen you at the Texas Pinball Festival enough times with your stand there, with your great display of art there, including the 3D artwork as well. And I was always wondering whether there'd be just a matter of time before one of these guys on all these pinball companies who are all around you wandered over and asked you to do some work for them. So I'm glad it did actually happen in real life. And but I'd like to change the subject a little. And we've been talking about the art and the software and the design, but we haven't really spoken much about sounds or voice work for any of these games. Now, for Dungeon Crawler Carl, you had the Jeff Hayes work on from the audiobooks as a starting point. And for those who are not familiar with the audiobooks, I think they might be genuinely surprised that Jeff does all the voices for all the characters in that, including all the female ones. And of course, he recorded call-outs for the game too. So how did that process go?
Yeah, it's always everybody who's a Dungeon Crawler Carl fan goes through the same process, I think, where they listen to this and they're like, wow, it's really amazing that they hired a full cast for these stories. And then the moment you realize that, no, that's all just one guy. That's one, but with the exception of they got a couple of guest actors for specific pieces in later books and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's all Jeff. And you just cannot believe it until you go and you see videos of Jeff doing these characters and seamlessly switching between them, and the amount of range that Jeff has is absolutely incredible. And just as I was going through that process myself, I was like, there's no way this is the same guy. And then I was in this recording sessions with him, and I couldn't believe how seamlessly he would switch between these characters. And I was asking him, I was like, hey, I've got some references here if you need them for that. And he's like, no, I've been living in these characters a long time. I know who they are. And it will be, and he can instantly pull it up and nail it perfectly. And he also could say, okay, are we doing earlier Carl or later Carl? Because the voice kind of evolved over time. And so, recording with him was amazing, and he was a lot of fun. And what's cool about, we talked about this before, but what's interesting about Jeff is that we would have quotes that would be pop culture references. And when Jeff realized what the pop culture references was, the whole session stopped right there, because he goes on YouTube and he finds the actual thing that we're doing and he watches it and he's like, okay. And so he can come back and he can nail the pop culture reference perfectly, the exact way that it was delivered the first time. And he's so incredibly good. It's been awesome working with him on this. There's a lot of fun call outs in the game. I think I got like over 900 on that first session, just for the training floors on this, and we've got 7 more floors to go. So a lot of people are seeing stuff, and they're seeing a lot of stuff that's familiar from the audiobooks and the trailer. What's funny is there's some re-recordings in there as well, and you can't tell because it's so seamlessly mixing in with the original content too. But we can also use the content from the books, and that's what people want to hear. They want to hear the lines that we love, that we quote to each other endlessly. That's one of the curses of becoming a Dungeon Crawler Carl fan, that everybody you meet, that you are regurgitating these to them because there's so much great content in the books. So you're going to hear a lot of those from the books in there, but when it's appropriate, when we need pinball related stuff, when we need to change a scene and make it more for the pinball audience, we have those original call-outs as well. And I
was going to say, Jeff's obviously been doing these voices and working with Matt for years on them. Did he ever say anything like, Matt wouldn't have the character say that line, or it's just an alternative that would be more in keeping with the character than what you'd asked him to do?
Yeah, we submit our scripts to Matt, and Matt looks them over and he looks at it and he gave us like one note. He's like, yeah, this character wouldn't say this specific line, but most of the time we were enough in tune with the characters and the writing that they were mostly all in the voice and everything. One of the highlights of my life is that one of my dumb jokes got a LOL from him in the comments on there, and I was like, yeah, I made Matt laugh, so that was great. But yeah, it's we and this has been the process with all of our licensors. Usually it's a good sign, I think, that we all care so much about the license and dive into the license so much that by the time we send stuff for approval, they most of the time the licensors are like, oh yeah, you nailed it. This is great. And so that's been our experience with licenses, because everybody on the team is so passionate about it. So everybody that's contributing lines to these things has thought a lot about it and it knows those characters and knows what they look like, and these pinball representations of these thematic elements are done really well, I think.
And then again, we flip over to Ender's Game, where it's completely the other way around. You have nothing to start with, so all the voices in that come from, well, who do they come from? Some team members and kids, some of your kids, I believe.
So we start off with the anchor of the game. This is something we come across a lot. Like, who's going to be the person that's talking to you, that's telling you what to do in the game? And the character in Ender's Game that we felt was the most the one that should be talking to the player throughout the game the most would be Colonel Graff. And we have Glenn Wechter working on the team. This is Glenn's first production pinball machine. Yes. He's been working on and homebrews, and he's been all over the pinball podcast universe for years with his talents, doing tons of songs and everything. Everybody knows Glenn. Glenn's amazing, and I've known him for years. And I was like, Glenn, you want to come and work on this? And so he's done all the sound design for that, but also he's like, I'd love to throw my hat in the ring with some voice call outs. And so we had Glenn go and read lines for Graf, and he absolutely nailed Graf's voice and did excellent with that. And I reached out to Lucas Pepke, who I'd worked with before, and he came in and he's done a couple of voices in the game. He does Ender's brother Peter. And we've got Brad's partner Aline to read for Val, and she killed it. She does great. She's a professional audiobook narrator as well.
Oh, right.
And so we've got a lot of talent behind the voices. And then when it came to kids, we were trying a bunch of different things. We were seeing if there was different avenues to do it, because there's a lot of kid characters to do there, and sometimes it can be difficult finding kid actors that can pull off what you need them to do. And so we tried a bunch of different things with voice modification and everything. And Glenn had his neighbor, his friends' kids that he wanted to try, and so we put them in there. And the kid, the Cash came in and he just did an excellent job. And so Sam is the voice of our of Ender, and Sam just came in and did an excellent job. Wesley Johnson on a rules designer on Ninja Caller Carl, he's like, my daughter's in drum and everything. She came in and we had her read the lines for Petra. And so we just started expanding it out, and we used our own kids in this as well to come in and provide extra voices and everything. And so these kids are just great. They really do an excellent job of giving that energy of these kids that are going through a really difficult time. And I will tell you, like, a lot of people are saying, like, well, Ender's Game is an emotional story, and we have those lines and that stuff as we get to the climax of this story recorded, and I put them in there. And these are really powerful, like they're really powerful deliveries of these scenes that we plan on showing in the game. So I'm really extremely proud of all the kids we got involved in the voice recording. They did an excellent job, and everybody else that we got to work with on that game as well.
So you've got these characters. How do all these voice actors in the game? How do you record them all? Are they all recorded in various different places, as and when? You don't book a recording studio and everybody goes along and does their lines.
Yeah, so Glenn's background is he's got a audio engineering degree, and so he does a lot of recording. He brought the actors that he had over to his house and recorded. I've got my background is in broadcast engineering, and so I recorded a bunch at my house as well. And so that's usually how we're doing it. We're giving them the files to Glenn, and Glenn is processing them for the game. Versus when Jeff Hayes has Sound Booth Studio is his business. He does all his audio book recording and everything there, and so I just tunnel in and I'm on the recording session with him as he's recording in his place, and then giving us all the files, and we match them to the audiobooks and go from there.
I have a question, which is probably on a lot of people's minds. Completely different subject. Given that the games are going into production at the end of 2026, when will we actually be able to play them in public?
So we're continuing to get our schedule sorted out with distributors, and we have a lot of new distributors now who are helping get the word out, and they're all going to have access to sample games at various times during the rest of the year. We'll be taking, actually the machine's already there. I'll be flying out to Gen Con in Indianapolis for this weekend. So we'll have Dungeon Crawler Carl there. Matt's going to be there. Jeff Hayes is going to be there. The whole Renegade Games crew has set up an area of that show called CrawlCon, where a lot of the licensees and merchandisers will be there, and we'll be showing off the game there. We are working out plans for Pinball Expo. We expect to have a bunch of games there, both titles, hopefully multiple copies of each. And then there are other shows throughout the rest of the year, and we're working on those plans. So we hope to get the games out there. if anyone's in the Austin area, by all means, schedule a tour of the factory, and we can bring you by and show you the prototypes that we have. And then as we get more samples out to everybody else, you should be able to find them.
Okay, thank you. So, well, you sort of answered the next question I was going to ask, whether you will be focusing on the con events, so to speak, specifically aiming at fans of either Ender's Games or Dungeon Crawler Carl. So, but, well, next weekend you're already up. So I guess that's a yes.
Yeah, so there are lots of Comic-Cons around the country, all over the year. Gen Con is the perfect opportunity for the physical debut of the machine because of all of the merchandise and all of the DCC-related things that will be going on there. Ender's Game obviously is an older book. It had a movie a while ago. It's not a mainstream kind of theme. It's got huge nostalgic value, and those of us who read it as kids, heck, I've read it 30 times. It's one of my favorite books of all time. I love the story. I nicknamed my kid after a character in the story. One of our cats is named after a character in the story. It's less mainstream. There aren't shows around Ender's Game, but it's just a theme that people see. And when we talk to people about it, they go, "Oh yeah, I love that book. It was amazing." We expect people when they see it on the floor to gravitate towards it.
Okay. I suppose it would be easy to think that now the games are launched, that's kind of it. You can just build them, take the orders in, order the parts, build them, ship them. But as we already discussed, there's a lot more still going on with the development, particularly Dungeon Crawler.
This business is tough, and it never ends. There's always something to do. You can always make the games better. They're not finished yet, so we're working on those. There's a lot of stuff still going. Like Rory and Steven. Rory Cernuda, the kind of our game engine guy, he does a lot of the on LCD screen graphics and visual display stuff on Ender's Game. He's worked on all of our games so far. He and Steven are still working daily to get more assets and more visual appeal to what's happening in Ender's Game. We've got Colin and Wesley, Colin McAlpine on the rules on Ender's Game and Wesley Johnson on the rules on DCC. They're both continuing to enhance the rule sets, making sure that beginners and expert players alike will enjoy the games. Matt Kern on the software or on the audio experience for Dungeon Crawler Carl, he's doing sound effects and music. Absolutely amazing stuff, but he has a lot more work to do, as do we all. So it's a process. I think you already talked about Brad still needing to develop LCD artwork for all the other dungeon floors represented in the book. So there's a ton more work to do, and the entire team is still meeting 4 times a week, long meetings where we all discuss the ins and outs of every detail of everything going into these games. So
I guess I'm kind of old-fashioned enough to think you actually have a team meeting. You're actually all physically there in the same building, but I know it doesn't work like that. So what is the collaboration process like? Do you have a big group meeting? Are a few of you at Round Rock and the rest are on a big Teams call, or is it all done as small sub teams, looking at different aspects, the graphics, the sounds, the music, the hardware? What's the collaboration like?
So we're a design by committee company. We believe that everyone has great ideas and everyone has bad ideas, and the game will be better if we listen to everyone, discuss the pros and cons of everybody's ideas, and figure out what delivers the theme and the story the way the story needs to be told. So our Ender's Game meetings, I think there are 8 or 9 people in them twice a week. They last an hour, 2 hours, sometimes 4 hours, where we're discussing the ins and outs. On Dungeon Crawler Carl, we have a smaller team of people who are focused on that game. That includes the crossovers with Josh Kugler, who's been involved in every meeting on both games. Stephen and Brad both involved with both games. But with Ian Hare, we're doing the software on DCC, and Wesley doing the rules. We all sit in the meetings for hours, at least twice a week, And when I say meetings, I'm talking about video conference meetings where some of us are local in Austin, but we're all probably sitting in our houses connecting over Google Meet or wherever. Really, the only person who's not in the meetings is TJ, our mechanical engineer, because he's off drawing CAD designs on SolidWorks all day long, every day, or building prototypes.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a really collaborative process, but we've got people that are kind of experts in their field, like, but the big point of, it being so collaborative is like the best ideas find their way to the top, right? And so like you'll have like Brad and me guiding like the visual look of things to make sure that they all have a cohesive unit. And you've got Wesley, guiding, and Colin, and there's rule set guiding the things to make sure that these work with, the work for all different kinds of players. But you have the bad players like me speaking up and saying like, hey, this is like something really hard. We need something that I'm going to be able to do, or people like me that are going to be able to do. And so, yeah, I really do. I love the environment where, everybody feels free that they can speak up and chime in about some idea that they have, and the best ideas find their way to the top. And that's some of these best ideas we've had in these games have been like just thrown off comments that somebody made, and then everybody's like, wait a minute, that's actually brilliant, that's great. And we throw it in, it finds its way into the game, and it's some of our favorite things in the games.
But great as it would be to keep adding more and tweaking the game over and over, eventually you have to say, okay, it's done. When do you ever get to that point?
No, we do. We get to that point where we basically, there are times where some of us want to argue our points for a long time, and then finally whoever's in charge of that section says, okay, this is what we're doing, and we're going to go along with this. And everybody's like, okay, that's cool. Decision's made. We'll go from there. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why we have what we call creative directors, because they get final say in the creative process. If there's a lot of different ideas, contrasting ideas, arguments about ideas, I want to do it my way, or no, I want to do it my way, then everyone pitches their case, and then the creative director makes a decision. Now, the challenge is when you have multiple creative directors and they disagree, that's when I get to make decisions. So I step in and push it in one direction or the other. But we have a group of people that absolutely love what they're doing, and everyone understands that we're all trying to make the best product possible. So any real hard arguments end pretty quickly with people understanding why the other side also makes sense.
And then do you have to refer back to the licensor on pretty much anything, or are they quite sort of cool about letting you put in ideas that you or other people have come up with?
So we are very engaged with the licensors, and we were for both of these games. So whenever we would have something that we could present to them, we did. And lucky for us, in both of these cases, the licensors were both extremely fast on responses. So we would send a video over, and by the night we'd have a response. Looks great. And it was always looks great. Looks great. That looks amazing. Do it. Yep, absolutely. That's why we focus so much of these discussions on how much time we put into these meetings and how passionate everybody is about the products, because we are personally invested so much into all these themes that we take the time to hopefully tell the story that in a way that does it justice, and that the licensors and fans of the product will really enjoy. And so far, like Steven said earlier, we've had great success with feedback from licensors where, generally speaking, they're loving what we're doing.
Fantastic. It must make things so much easier.
Right. Earlier on, we were talking about how code is still being developed for the DCC game, and they're being much more advanced already. But for the DCC game, so there's 7 books that you're going to implement in the game. The first 2 being sort of training lessons or levels. But will it be possible for the players, whenever they walk up to a game or they want to start a new game, to start at a certain level in order to actually be able to at some point reach the books 6 and 7, for example, and not being stuck on book 1 and 2 because you're not that good of a player.
Yeah, so this is something that comes up in every single narrative license that we get or narrative story that we've got. There's always this conflict between, hey, do you stay true to the narrative structure of the story in the chronological order that's told, or do you do a more pinball environment where we can play things out of order? And we almost always, with a few small examples, we always lean towards giving people choices to explore around, because I know if you came into the game and you always had to play the books in this order, you would see book 1 and book 2 maybe all the time, and you may never see book 6 and 7. So we've made the choice that when you come in there, you'll be able to pick which experience you want. You'll be able to change that in the game as well. If you go down a path, you can pull out and change it as you're making your way to that. And the idea is that you can choose between any of the 6 books, but then the 7th, you're building towards the 7th book, which is Faction Wars, which is would be our big wizard mode, finale mode.
So if you're playing one of the later books, say book 5 or 6, you would imagine that they might be harder if you were doing it in order. You imagine book 1 would be easier, then 2 would get a bit harder, and so on. The game would build as you get through it. But if you're starting at book 5 or book 6, does that have like an easier access to it than it might do if you were doing it in order?
So yeah, that's one of those things about these are lit RPG books, and so there's big like the gameplay dynamics that are written about in the books about your doing leveling up and things like that. And we purposely did not want to force people to say you have to have gotten to this level before you could play this or that. I'm a big fan of being able for games being broad to where you press the start button and you could go any number of paths that you want to go through there. So we didn't want to gate the access to these later books by saying you have to be at this level, because some people want to dive in and they want to say, I want to go into the Samantha Heavy books, or I want to go play with these characters that I know and I want to see this other stuff. And if you gate that behind a skill level or something else that they have to get before they get there, then it starts pushing the story more into a linear path. And we like I said, we like to avoid that as much as possible. Like sometimes one thing we came up with in the Princess Bride was giving you the option, if you wanted to go on a narrative streak, you could get a bonus from that. And that's a really cool gameplay dynamic where if you want to play around, you want to skip around and see the entire movie of the Princess Bride, you could play any of those modes in any order. But if you do want to go on a narrative streak in a narrative order of the books, you can of the different scenes, you can really build up a good bonus that way. So there's lots of different ways they handle it. The way we've chosen most of the time is, first and foremost, give people the broadest possible exposure to the properties that they love. Let them see all the scenes and see all the characters and play all the places that they want. Really close to the start button if they want to. There's more challenging things you go there, but you're working towards this really hard goal of getting to Faction Wars at the end. And so you're going to have to do things on every single floor in order to get there, and make sure you're set up to where you can get into that final wizard mode.
Okay, Jonathan, have you got any other questions?
Well, probably one for Jerry. Over the years, of course, we've seen the P3 develop into what it is, but we also seen that at some points mechanisms have been improved, and the improved version is being replacing a previous hardware option or of something that was in a specific game or a module or something like that. But now that you have this rotating disc, have you had enough time to test it to make sure that it's going to last a long time before it breaks down?
I respect the question in the sense that all pinball machines are mechanical, and all pinball machines from all manufacturers have.
It was not an
issues.
insult or anything like that. Please don't get me wrong.
I don't think it was. I'm just saying that every company goes through the same process and has the same questions. And yes, absolutely, we've evolved the system over the years. Again, just like all companies, the difference is other companies have a game that runs for a year or two, and then it's retired in favor of new games, but they learn things from the experiences on those older games, just like we've learned a lot from experiences with the original P3s, and we've made changes, we've made improvements, we've even sent people free improvements for some of the things that happened on really old games. So yeah, today's P3 is very, very different in experience from the first ones that rolled off the line 7, 8, 9 years ago. And everyone benefits from those improvements. For the disc itself, for any mechanical feature, it's a process, right? You start with the prototype, you make sure functionally it delivers the features you want, and then you start working on manufacturability and reliability of it. We will be ordering parts in the not so distant future, so that tells you we've been through almost all of the testing that we deem necessary to bless it for production. Yeah, we're confident in this thing. The disc is absolutely incredible. The earliest prototypes we have of the modern version of the disc are still running. They're still running flawlessly. We have made tweaks to some of the components on the disc, like the custom targets that we designed for these things, brand new RGB lit targets that are floating from the surface of the disc. Really amazing for light shows, and also and made it much easier to wire, and they're more visually appealing than traditional targets. But yeah, there's a lot that goes into these games. All manufacturers put a lot into their games, and we all try to do the best we can with testing and iterating and making things ready and for long term, not just performance, but good manufacturing.
And one of the other components, which of course you've changed on this game, which is sort of a standard stock part, is the armatures for the slingshots, but the sling locks, or Stevie stops, as I understand them, what they've been called.
Stevie stops, yeah, because Steven Silver came up with this idea. He has like one good idea per game, and this was it for him. And it works across both games, so he has half of an idea for each of these games.
So are people going to be able to buy those and replace the non-lock versions?
So yes, people buying these two new games, either one or both, they'll come with the device that will attach to those armatures that implement the feature of stopping the ball. People with older P3 models, they will not need new P3 flipper assemblies. This is just a small device that clips onto the rods, and it's actually a brilliant idea. Steven is brilliant. Steven is the most brilliant mechanical engineer. I think I said it. I said it to Martin because I'm so proud of you and you're amazing. But every P3 can be updated to these, and it's like the coolest thing because you have P3s out there that with just a little component on each side gets two brand new ball locks that any game developed, past or present or future, can choose to integrate those into gameplay. It's really a cool thing.
Yeah, they seem like the sort of things that will be used in future games as well, as they're going to be there for everything from now on.
Yeah, think about the product itself. Like these people who received P3s in 2018 have gotten all of these improvements that we made to the product over the years. When's the last time you bought anything from that long ago that got active improvements and that were not only like quality of life improvements, but like feature improvements and things like that? That's one of the things I love about this system, that it allows you to continually get new features and stuff down the road as you are building your library. And every single new game release is, even if it's not for you, you don't know what somebody's going to write, maybe a third-party game or something like that for that playfield. So I love how this product has grown and improved over the years. And if you played one a long time ago and you encountered something you didn't like, give it a new shot. Like, come and try to find a new one that's got the new flipper components and everything like that. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at what these games could do.
Right. Okay. I have one question left. You're now releasing two new titles at the same time. There's still a lot of work to do. Is there already a team working on the next P3 module title that's going to be, I assume, probably a year and a half away at least, but still? Because it sounded to me, based on what I heard earlier in this interview, that quite a few people are still busy working on these two titles before they are actually finished. So that made me wonder, like, okay, is there a third team, or how is that going?
The answer is yes, of course. We are always working on future games when we release our current games. And if you paid attention to our code names, yeah, we clearly skipped an element. So there is a team working on that element.
I'm not that good with elements, but thanks for pointing that out. I'll have to look at my elements, I guess.
Yeah, you just get the periodic table out and have a look.
Exactly.
It's a funny story. We codenamed our fifth game. We codenamed it Lilu. Lilu for the fifth element, which hopefully everyone knows and loves that movie. But thought it was a cool representation of the fifth game for the P3. And then we realized fifth element. There are numbers of for each element in the periodic table. So we just standardized on that. So every machine is codenamed based on an element.
Right, but you have 29 modules right now. How many elements are there? I think there's like 42 or so.
There's a lot of elements, but also we have 10 playfield modules now. 11, I believe, with Drained, which is developed by For Amusement Only Games. It's a third-party developed game. So we have 10 physical playfield modules. The rest of the game library that now goes up to 29 games are filled out with add-on software games.
Right. No, for a second I was worried that you're going to run out of elements for code names.
Well, hopefully we do one day, and then we'll have to just come up with another naming scheme.
Like I said, I just got to get to the 47th game, and then I can retire. That's silver is the 47th. So once we get there, then I'll be able to retire. There you go.
Great.
There's Albright on this list.
Now, hypothetically speaking, if you would be able to get the license for the fifth element, the movie, that is.
Now you see why we decided to change how we were codenaming our
and also no comments.
Very confusing. Great. Right. Well, I think we can wrap it up there. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks to Jerry, thanks to Stephen, thanks to Brad for joining us on this PINcast recording. Congratulations on the launch of your two new titles.
Congratulations on those two titles.
Yeah,
they look absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we look forward to playing them as soon as we possibly can. And best of luck with the order book. Hope it keeps the company busy for a long time to come.
Thank you, guys.
Yep, thank you for having us. We're thrilled about the games. Hopefully everyone's seen them by now, but if not, just check out our social media. Kevin Manny's been killing it on the updates and making sure everyone's kept in the loop on everything. And of course, head to multimorphic.com to check out our company info about these games.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Jerry, Stephen, and Brett, for their taking time out of their busy schedule to talk to us and to enlighten us about their work on DCC and Ender's Game, of course. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. And we look forward to playing those two games, as we said. I don't think we're going to see either of them very soon, and not until we get to Expo in October.
Probably, yeah.
Unless anybody has one at the UK Pinfest show, which is coming up at the end of this month. Which is possible, but I think it's unlikely. But anyway, fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. But in the meantime, hope you get a chance to try out either or both of them.
Right, and that rounds it up for our news covering DCC and Ender's Game and Multimorphic as well. But we do have another new pinball machine reveal, which is Bon Jovi, produced by Barrels of Fun.
Yeah, announced one day after Multimorphic announced their games, which is very strange. But
right,
you can never guess the timing of these.
We knew Barrels of Fun was working on a new title, but at least to me, this came as a surprise release, and it was only like maybe a few days ahead. I was getting signals like this could be sooner than everybody else is expecting, and right after, exactly, right after DCC and Ender's Game.
Yeah. So anyway, Bon Jovi game caught a lot of people by surprise. A lot of posts I saw on social media were questioning whether this was real or whether it was misdirection and it was actually a different title. But no, when it came out, it caught people on the hop. It's another design by David Van Ness, the chief mischief maker at Barrels of Fun. Has artwork by Jonathan Bergeron, who also goes by the moniker Johnny Crap, and of course has worked on plenty of other pinball titles as well in the past. So not exactly a novice at doing this. It is limited to 700 units, apparently.
And I wonder why.
Well, that's probably kind of what Barrels can fit in on their production. And I'm guessing they have future games that they're working on as well. So
but you think Bon Jovi is a big name?
Well, you might think that, but judging by the initial reaction, a lot of people thought it was not a very popular title. People were saying, "Why would you bring out a Bon Jovi game?" They're obviously they're still very, very popular with a certain fan base, but very much seen as I'd say an 80s band, maybe into the early 90s, but certainly not a band which has produced anything recently that you might be familiar with. But maybe that's being unfair.
Maybe it is. Then again, if you look at some of the bands that already have been used on a pinball machine, I'd say Bon Jovi has probably a bigger fan base than some of the other bands that got a game themed after them. But that's not all that important, I suppose. What actually surprised me the most was that I would expect Bon Jovi, being from New Jersey, if it would be a pinball machine, to be a Jersey Jack game, being Jersey Jack from New Jersey as well. But that's not the case.
No, so Barrels of Fun produced it, and the game features 17 Bon Jovi songs. So it certainly is packed full of tunes of which you will be familiar, I imagine. I saw some suggestion that the band had actually come to Barrels of Fun and asked them about creating a game for them rather than being the other way around. So,
well, that explains a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And also might explain the 700 limit, because if that's the case, then I guess Barrels of Fun would have to figure out how many they reckon they could sell of that, and cut their cloth accordingly. Even though, as you say, there is a big fan base, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a big crossover to pinball collectors.
Right. Well, then but there's also another angle to take into consideration if you're looking at the limited to 700 units number. Mm-hmm. I mean, Labyrinth, I think, was announced for 1,100 games. Then we got June, which was supposed to be a run of 1,000, and I think they eventually sold 680, something like that. Winchester was announced for 525, and that went like hotcakes, and that turned out to be not enough. So 700 is sort of like in between 500 and 1,000, 1,100,
It's a manageable amount, and without tying the factory up for too long, because they know how many they can produce and how long it takes them to ramp up to full speed.
Right, and please note this was pure speculation, thinking out loud, which is not a song by Bon Jovi, by the way, but
it's interesting
from
the initial reaction about it not being well received, and then some people didn't like the theme, some people didn't like the artwork, but the gameplay, once it's people have seen that, and there was a nice gameplay video by Carl D'Angelo. It's not his game, but he did do a run through of the rules of the game, and also it's been at pinball shows as well. It's been at the Southern Fried Game Room Expo this weekend, and where people had a chance to play it, and videos from that and reports of people who played it suggest it plays very nicely indeed, and they've kind of turned around their opinion, which bundled with what you were the list that you were saying before, like with Labyrinth, which a lot of people thought that title was not very promising, but when they played the game, they really liked it. Then Dune, which I think suffered as well from the title, but ended up being a very, very well playing and beautiful game. And Winchester Mystery House, Winchester Mystery House, which nobody knew anything about the title whatsoever, but turned out to be a great game. And now we've got Bon Jovi, which people didn't like the title, and now turning around saying it's a good game. So our Barrels of Fun really is like the masters of making really good games from pretty unappealing themes. And how good could they be if they could actually pick a theme which people liked to start with?
Right. So,
anyway, we mentioned there were 17 songs in the game. 9 of them are being initially selectable when you start the game, and of course there's a big signature mechanism in the game, which is a heart-shaped mold sculpt, the shot through the heart mechanism, which has a dagger through it too. Features a hole which can be shot either by shooting it up a ramp and into the heart, and then the ball can. It's a bit like the ring on Lord of the Rings, the original Stern game, in that you can shoot the ball into it and through it, or you can shoot the ball into it and it grabs the ball and holds it. With the added feature on Bon Jovi that the whole mechanism can move up 2 more layers to different positions and then throw the ball backwards onto different wire forms. So it's not just limited to one place like Lord of the Rings was. So it's a very impressive looking mech.
Right. It's sort of like a combination of that ring from Lord of the Rings, and think of the up and down moving building from Godzilla.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the main mechanism really in the game. There's a couple of ball locks in there. There's 3 ball lock. There's 2 of those, and there's trying to think what else is in it, but it's. I think that is the key thing about it, and it's also got a big sign at the back, the Bon Jovi sign that lights up in multiple colours as you work your way through the game, and of course a guitar. Of course, John Bon Jovi's guitar features in the game too as a sculpt.
Mm-hmm. And interestingly, apparently, the game has lightning flippers, the slightly shorter ones.
It does, yeah, 1/4 of an inch shorter than the standard 3-inch flippers. Yes, and also has two mini flippers, one of which is in the left out lane, which is the crowd surf shot, which allows you to shoot the ball from the out lane back onto the playfield.
Right.
So your manual ball save.
Ramp. Yeah, yes. A mini ramp basically through the ball guide. And then it lands, I think, just over the slingshot or in the in lane. Either way. So, very creative, of course. So, I guess that rounds it up for the reveal of Bon Jovi, but that's not all the news from Barrels of Fun.
One of the things I wanted to just touch on before we meet Bon Jovi is, of course, is the Barrels Reserve feature. and members, because they although we said it's limited to 700 units, it's only limited to 700 units if those 700 units sell out in the first, or don't sell out in the first week.
Right.
If they do, then the Barrels of Fun Barrels Reserve members get another week to buy their games if they haven't already bought them. So it's not necessarily limited to 700. We'll find out very shortly whether that scheme kicks in or whether they've still got games left over, in which case it doesn't. But it could be limited to 700. It could be limited to 700 plus the number of Barrels Reserve members who decide to buy one after the first week.
Well, it might help that now that these gameplay videos are available, that people get a better impression of the game, and they might decide to jump in as well.
Yeah, we were. I've seen various suggestions about it's nearly sold out, and there are only a few left, but we don't really know the truth behind that, or indeed if it's nearly sold out, does that mean it's nearly sold out to distributors? Rather than actually
I think I saw a note from one distributor saying that he has only 50 left. But that means that, if one distributor still has 50 left, there's still other distributors as well. So for now, it seems like you might still be able to find a game. But with these, the Southern Fried Gaming Expo being this weekend and more videos of gameplay coming out and more and more people getting enthusiastic about the game, it might not take long before the game actually sells out.
Yeah, and talking of...
and we'll probably tell you about that more in our next episode.
Well, I certainly hope so. Yes.
Yeah.
We were just talking about Southern Fried Gaming Expo, and after last month's announcement about the Pinball Cruise that we mentioned here in the PINcast, there's been another Barrels Reserve members exclusive event, and that's a special Barrels of Fun game room that was available on Friday, the Friday just gone, at the Southern Fried Game Room Expo in Atlanta, which of course included the new Bon Jovi game, which gave people who are members of the Barrels Reserve scheme a chance, or a relatively exclusive chance, to play it before it went on the main show floor on the Saturday. So look forward to seeing more Barrels Reserve exclusive events, but bear in mind that it's only open to people in the US. I don't think it's. Not sure it's even available for people in Canada. So anybody else from who doesn't live there is going to miss out on that and the cruise and any future events as well, unless some other mechanism is introduced to allow a second level of or allow Barrels Reserve membership without maybe the opportunity to buy the game. Yeah, we'll see. And if it is introduced, we will report it here, of course.
Right. So, and then there's still more news from Barrels of Fun, and which has to do with the Winchester Mystery House game, the sold-out game that we discussed or mentioned earlier. An alternative backclass for Winchester Mystery House has been revealed. And I assume this was at the Southern Fried Gaming Expo this weekend. Photos are circulating the internet. Interestingly, I'm looking at it right now. The backglass uses a completely different logo for Winchester Mystery House as the title than on the previous backglass.
Yeah, I think that's the official title, official logo. I think for it, rather than the variation of it that was on the first backglass design.
Other than that, the backglass is very much in the same style as the original backglass, with the sort of blue lit ghosts.
That's very attractive, I have to say.
Yeah, it's a very nice backglass. It's also a very nice game.
It's another Brad Albright design, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
as he did the art package for that game.
Right. So that looks very nice. That also sort of leads to some speculation, I would say, in the sense that Barrels of Fun have released an alternative backlash so far for every game they did, which the speculation has it now is that there could be an alternative backlash for Bon Jovi in some time as well.
Yeah.
And some say that's much needed, but that's pure depending on your personal taste, I would say.
Yes, absolutely. It'd be nice option for people to have. Although I think all of these are aftermarket purchases. I don't think you're able to, or haven't been able to, at this point, to order or to specify which of the backglass designs you want when you get the game built, if it hasn't already been built. Because bear in mind, there are still Winchester Mystery Houses games yet to be delivered to customers. Right. So they may prefer the alternative backglass.
So, do we know anything about the production schedule timeline for Bon Jovi?
That's a very good question, and I'm just going to see whether I have any information about it. They said shipping of these games is expected to begin in mid-August, so yeah, very, very soon, with production ending in May 2027 if all 700 units are built. So not a huge amount of time. So what's that? That's about 8 months, I suppose.
Yeah. So did we report that the production of June has been finished, finalized, or whatever you want to call it?
No, I don't think that's been ended. I don't think the curtain's been drawn on that one yet.
Okay. Because I do recall reading some comment or post or what have you that production of June was about to be finished, which would explain why they could take Bon Jovi into production and still building Winchester Mystery House.
Yes, well, as we know, they're able to build multiple titles at once. So certainly at least 2 and potentially 3 because they were still expanding when we were there in March.
Right. So where we just finished basically our discussion on the news of Barrels of Fun releasing Bon Jovi as a new pinball machine, which was recorded last Sunday, and I was doing the editing on Monday. The opportunity arose to interview David Van Ness of Barrels of Fun. So we decided to wait and include that interview. So Martin was unfortunately not available to join us, so it's just David and me discussing the launch of Bon Jovi and how that game came about.
Hello, sir. Hold on, let me make sure I got the right mic. This should be the good mic. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Does my mic sound good?
Yeah, absolutely. You should start singing. So it's that good.
Oh, mate, I should start living on a prayer, right?
Always.
Always. I'm tired of getting shot through the heart, but that's how it works. I will have to say, it was freaking crazy, this launch. I did not anticipate so many things and so many reactions. It was, honestly, sir, absolutely insane. But you know what? That is okay because the game absolutely crushed it. And I'm very happy about it.
Right. From what I understood, at first, the reception was a little bit lukewarm.
You just say a little, right?
Yeah. But that completely turned around after the game was seen at Southern Fried Gaming Expo, if I'm not correct.
Absolutely. 100%. It's like, you know, it's funny. It's like we've been making games that, and I hope people are finally going to get to understand if we choose to work with an IP and a license, you may not recognize it, but if we're doing it, it's going to be something special. Right. And that's exactly what Bon Jovi is. And it's still to be seen. There's still going to be people not going to like it, but I'm telling you, playing it, having fun. I mean, this is Bon Jovi. I mean, 4 decades of just massive hits and anthems. Like, you know, it's just like living on a prayer, man. It is. It's been a world wind week and a half.
Right. Okay. So, how did the Bon Jovi theme and the license come about?
I mean, they approached us. They came towards us and they asked us if we would be interested in doing it. I am clearly aware of what Bon Jovi is, and I have enjoyed their music throughout the years of my life. But would I say I'm the biggest Bon Jovi fan? No, I know their music. I enjoy their music. I don't turn it off when it turns up on the radio. And as I started doing more research, because obviously they approached us, we're very honored about that. And when I started doing the research, it was very, very clear on how deep their music goes through the decades, from the 70s, 80s, 90s to the early 2000s, even to today. I mean, they sold out Madison Square Gardens, just this year. It's funny. It's like, you may not recognize their songs, but like, we had Kerry here to see it, and he said that, and then he was playing the game, and he's like, I know that song, and he's singing the songs. Like, their songs, their anthems are weaved into our culture, and I don't think people realize that, and that's what made us super excited to work with them, because when we started doing our research and saw how deep their catalog goes and how people react to their music, we knew we had an opportunity to do something special with this game.
Right. So it must have been a nice validation of their trust in barrels. How did they know about you?
So people don't realize John has been a fan of pinball for his whole life. In fact, if you watch the documentary on Hulu, it's a 4-part docuseries. It's really, really good. In the 90s, one of his requests in the hotel room through the 90s was he had to have 5 pinball machines in his room. So when he was on tour, and it was just like, he loves pinball. So he came to us. He was looking for a pinball company that would basically document their legacy, their 4 decades of what they have become, and it was a celebration of the band. So it was really important. As we were going through this, we started looking at what we needed for assets. Obviously, we had access to their concerts, but when I'm going through all their stuff, it's like their music videos were really, really important. So it's like, we have to have the music video. So we went and got the music videos. And then we're like, we need to have the music masters. Concert music is fine. Their concert performances are fantastic, but people remember what they hear on the radio and what they heard on the Slippery When Wet album. We had to have the masters. So this had to be the ultimate performance of what they're doing throughout the years. And that's why we married the concert footage, the music footage, and the masters all together. So when you play it, there are going to be moments that will take you back. Like, when I started watching these music videos, Jonathan, like, it took me back when I was watching it. We don't have, we didn't really have MTV in Australia. We had a Saturday morning show, like between 6 a.m. in the morning to like 8 o'clock in the morning. They would do the top 100. And that's where, I discovered Michael Jackson and all these amazing performances. If you wanted to see a music video, that's where you got to watch it. And that's, so seeing some of these music videos just made me go back to my childhood and my teenagehood, like when we would get up early in the morning just to see the latest music video from our favorite bands. It was so important to us that, so when I saw those videos, and it just made me realize there's such a strong connection if we can add those music videos to the concert. So if you just look up and you saw the music video or a concert from the 70s or 80s or the 90s, like, it took you back to a moment in time in my own personal life that made me happy. And I just felt we had something really, really special here to combine that all together, not just letting alone upgrade our audio system for the whole cabinet. We just wanted to create a very unique experience. And I have enjoyed playing music pins for a while now. And before even they approached us, I always thought, what would barrels do if we had an opportunity to do a music pin? And when that came together, it was just like, this is the right time to do it. Right. And we did it.
Well, congratulations. It looks like a packed game, definitely. Just getting back to the band reaching out to you or John Bon Jovi himself. So how does that go? Because on pinball, it might be a different animal compared to other licensed products, so to speak. Because normally, for any other market, a band is like, "Hey, we would like you to make some I don't know, bread toasters with our image on it." That manufacturer is probably going to say, like, "Sure, we can do that. How much are you going to take?" In the sense, I mean, they need a minimum guarantee of sales, else it's not worthwhile their investment, so to speak.
Gotcha. So what was really important to them was the legacy. Like, they wanted this to be done correctly. At the end of the day, it was about doing this correctly for them. This was meant to be a combination. They've seen our past work, what we've done with Labyrinth, Dune, not Winchester at the time because we had it before Winchester. And they saw us creating worlds on the glass. So when they saw that we could do things like that, it was like up to us. Like, we trust you. Obviously, they have approvals. We trust you to make the best experience possible for them and also their fans. That really all it comes down to. We trust you to do that. Granted, obviously, we pay. We got to pay royalties and stuff like that, and we negotiate that, of course. But it really was like, we want you to make the best game possible, and you do what you have to do to make that happen.
Right. Okay. And then it turns out the game is sort of limited to 700. And I'm like, if you're doing a Bon Jovi pin, why limit it to 700? So how did that number come about?
How does that number come about? That number comes about because we've got to look at what we can do regarding production, right? We cannot cannibalize previous games, and we also can't cannibalize what our future titles are going to be. Also, now that we've also started the Reserve Club, we need to kind of calculate if this does sell through, sell out, if the Reserve members get involved, how many games can we actually make in that period of time? So that number that we chose was what we think what the market could bear, but also within the time frame that we could get it done, and not to hamper our current production of like Winchester and Dune that's wrapping up right now, and also it doesn't cannibalize the title that will be coming out next. So that's where the number comes from. Like, we look, I've got so many games I want to make with my team, and my team has such amazing stuff to show you guys that I don't want to put anything behind. So we're not doing this perfect. It is we're adjusting every game we launch, that we're trying to figure out where the perfect balance is, and it's not 100% there yet, but I think we're getting closer and closer of making enough units to satisfy the demand, but allow us to also move on to the next game when we're ready to go.
Right. So we're not going to see a 10,000 unit title from Barrels anytime soon.
No, unless I'm in a completely different facility. No, you will not see that happen.
Okay. Now, you may have noticed it's been a very interesting week in the world of pinball, with Multimorphic coming out with not one but two different game modules for their P3 system. Was there a reason that you chose to launch this Bon Jovi game the day right next after?
There's 100% reason why we did that. You know why we did that? Because we had that planned literally over 2 months ago. So we already had our schedules laid out, and we have agreements in place, and we don't get to move those agreements. So, I mean, I'm sure we could negotiate, but there's a lot of things that are tied up, and money is spent on marketing and campaigns to execute this type of stuff. I think it's a sad coincidence, because I don't want to launch on another game, but I mean, look what happened on Dune. I got literally sandwiched in between King Kong and Harry Potter.
And how was that?
Maybe that's the luck of me. So, you know what? Dune was slow, but now I can't make enough Dunes. Well, actually, people want me to make more Dunes, but at the same time, if I make more Dunes, I can't make future titles. So, right. It's a balancing act.
Right.
So it's a coincidental. It was not planned on that at all. I don't like it, but I also can't change the plans that we already had in place, because it affects other people, other vendors, it affects everything else. So I got to let it land where it lands.
Right. Okay. Now, getting back to the beginning of our talk, I mentioned that the reception of the game at the beginning was lukewarm at best. But was that something that you expected based on
Not at all.
the theme?
Not at all. I am honestly, we were 100% shocked by the reaction. Because if you look at all the data, all the marketing research on Bon Jovi, they are massive, period.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. No argument there.
We didn't realize how polarizing it was going to be. I also, reflecting now, it's been literally 7 days, over 7 days that it leaked. There were talks of what it was going to be. I wonder, because there was this huge confusion regarding DCC and us and Multimorphic, which I can't, neither of us can comment on, because it's not fair, because we don't want to feed these people, and we have obligations to our vendors and our licensors not to make comments. And I think there was just frustration, because obviously people want to see their dream themes made by certain companies. And, you hear things like He-Man and just name off a bunch of them, right? That they want to see made by us. I think the combination of them wanting us to make a certain license for them, G.I. Joe, Ready Player One, whatever you want to say it's going to be. And they've been wishing for it for so long, and then you come out with Bon Jovi, and there's people saying, yes, it's being made by a pinball company, or vice versa. I think the instant knee-jerk reaction is, why are they not doing my dream theme? Why would they choose to do this? And I think a lot of the anger came out of, they were frustrated that we weren't making their dream theme. But that's just me guessing.
Yeah, well, you're probably onto something there. So,
and trust me, we've got some dream themes coming down the road. It's just, this is where the schedule lined up for Bon Jovi, which, by the way, is an amazing game and such a blessing to work with.
Right. Okay. Well, that answers one of my questions, because if the band came to you, I figure the licensing, although, yeah, sure, you have contracts and everything, but I wouldn't. It's probably not a walk in the park, but it could be close.
No theme, like no licensor is a walk in the park. There's always going to be challenges, and the challenges are good, because that's how we make a better game, and that's how we get closer to what they want to see as well. Again, I only want to work with partners that want to work with us, not where they just say, here's the style guide, stick to it. Okay. Right. And I am working with licensors that do have a very good style guide. But they want us to challenge them as well, because a lot of them say, pinball, you've made pinball, you tell us what makes a good experience. And we will push that envelope, and sometimes they say no, sometimes they say great. It's a combination of both. Right. They were very hands-on on approving everything. So, and again, it wasn't always a walk in the park. They would push back on certain things, and other things they would they go, that's fantastic. So yeah, it's always a challenge, but honestly, if we don't get challenged, we can't make better games.
Okay, and now I'm curious. Mm-hmm. Aside from obviously music rights and so on, how much involvement or approval for the playfield layout and so on is actually is the band involved in the sense that that they are looking at this playfield and they're like, yes, this is going to work, or no, we don't like that, can you take that out, or can you change that? Are they involved up to that level, or is that more up to you guys because they trust what you guys are doing?
There's things that they go, why are you doing that there? And we'd explain why we're doing it. Obviously they're more visual people regarding the art and stuff like that, so they're way more involved in that. When it comes to how a game shoots and so forth, again, we approach this no different than we approach everything else. What are the iconic things that people remember when it comes to Bon Jovi? So obviously, a lot of that comes, like, they have the very strong emblem of the heart and dagger. And then there's just little elements of like the still horse toy that we have in the back. And then as we're talking about concerts experience, what are things that happen at concerts? Like there's the VIP room. So we have a VIP area up in the back left-hand side. So we pitch all this stuff to them. We create decks for them. We shoot little videos for them. We give demos of the display. And they send us notes. We make those changes, or we push back on it a little bit. Or vice versa, and that's how we come up with what we see today.
Right. Okay. So the game debuted this weekend at the Southern Fried Gaming Expo, and it seems to have won over a lot of people, which is a great thing. Would you say that Southern Fried Gaming Expo is now, along with other shows like Texas Pinball Festival and Pinball Expo, a sort of launch pad for new titles from pinball manufacturers from south of Chicago?
I have to give a huge shout out to Shannon and the crew over at Southern Fried. They knew about a game being launched about 2 weeks before launch, a week and a half before launch. They didn't know what it was. They help us set up the VIP room for the reserve members. I mean, they were magnificent to work with. Anything they could do for us to make this a good experience, for our customers, our reserve club members, and then Jason Griddle from Classic Game Rooms, like he made sure we had our space where we needed it, make sure we had all our power cables. It was a really good opportunity, not just to get it to pinball people, but also people that went to that convention, because that convention is nuts. Like they have wrestling on Saturday night. It is a pretty wild show.
Okay, sounds like I should go there.
Trust, it is like, if you like board games, like anything to do with gaming, from console gaming, PC gaming, just knickknacks, consoles, role playing, this place has it all.
Right. Okay. Now, I assume you talked to a lot of visitors at the Southern Fried Show. What was the number one question they asked you?
Number one question. Interesting. Number one question is like, actually, the question was like, did you really design this? That was actually one of the biggest ones. And it's like, yes, I did. I did do the design, but obviously Luke Underwood was the mechanical engineer on it. But like, it was interesting because like there was obviously a pretty negative reaction to the artwork, especially the back glass. A lot of people that saw it in person were like, wow, that's not as bad. That's not like what the internet was saying. It was really interesting, people seeing it for the first time. So seeing, for me, so it was the combination of, did you really design this? Are you the designer on this? Wow, the art looks better in person than it did, released from those potato cam footage that went out there, photos out there.
Right.
And then for me, seeing people dancing and singing the songs and having a damn good time. And it's like, what? I didn't realize how deep Bon Jovi ran in my life, like the music. And there's definitely people said, the game shoot's fantastic, but, I can't see this in my collection. But the amount of people said, I'm taking this for my location, was actually really awesome to hear as well.
Right. Yeah. Well, I can imagine Bon Jovi. It's such a brand that will attract players. It's not that people are going to drive 300 miles to just play a Bon Jovi pinball machine, but if you happen to be in the arcade anyway and you see a new Bon Jovi pin, why not? I mean, I would be curious. Well, I have to be, but still.
Understand.
Yeah. So the game features 17 Bon Jovi songs. Who chose those? And did you have to get any pushed by the band or their management to choose tracks from some certain eras, or include more of their later work to give that more attention?
No, like again, they really just let us. You do what you think is right for a pinball machine. So of course you start out with the biggest hits that they had, right? And you start working you down. And then I started to realize there were certain songs from certain decades resonated differently. That didn't necessarily was like their biggest hit, but we realized it had to be included because it's something that you heard in stadiums or on classic radio all the time, or you're breaking up with your girlfriend at the time. So we literally chose songs that we felt had some type of emotional tie or to a particular time in history or culture that people will potentially recognize. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So we have obviously the big hits in there, but there was titles in there that we knew that we had to have some type of love song in there. To be there for you was really important to be in there. We chose it by what we thought would be an emotional journey for the person playing it. And one of my goals was, when designing this game, I wanted it to be simple to understand. I really wanted it to be a 2-flipper game, which then eventually turned into a 4-flipper game, not on purpose, but it was out of necessity. But I really wanted to people, when they chose the song that they wanted to play, they chose it because they liked that song. And if they like that song, I feel like they're going to play better and they're going to have a lot more fun doing it. And then they can learn the rules. Right. And that was really important for us to, like, Phil on the rules, who came up with all the rules for it, was to have instructional videos. So when you choose the song on the screen, that you can actually see on the right-hand side on how that how that mode's going to play for you. So you can sit there, watch it, see, okay, I got to hit left ramp, right ramp, left ramp, right ramp. Okay, got it. Go ahead and do it.
Right. Okay. So that brings me actually to my next question, because I was like, okay, there's a number of songs that you can choose as a player in the game, and then there's songs that you can't choose, but I assume, because I haven't played the game yet, that are connected with modes. So can you describe how the songs are integrated in the game, if that's a reasonable question to ask?
Well, so that real question is going to be for Phil to answer, but the idea is you choose a song which is an A title, like an A-side song. You play that A song, and then when you've completed that song, or you move on from that song, because you can choose to keep rocking out or moving on to the next song because you're creating the playlist, then you have to play the B side of that song. So it's kind of like, it's, a lot of risk. That's where it comes to Phil with more of the rules, but you do A side, B side. Right. And you do that a couple of times, and then when you get done A and B, then you can move to like a mini wizard mode, which is living on the prayer for the first stack. So in this current version we have right now, we have 9 complete songs out of the 17.
Right. And the rest is still to be coded. Is that correct?
Correct. They're in different level of stages of light shows and so forth like that.
Right. Okay. So you just briefly touched on the backglass for the game.
Yes.
We couldn't help but notice that there also was an alternative backglass revealed for Winchester Mystery House.
Yes.
And with previous titles, both Labyrinth and Dune, you also did an alternative backglass.
That is correct.
Is it safe to assume that at some point there could be or might be an alternative backglass for Bon Jovi as well?
100%. So if you look at what we do, is we like to have an alternative backglass. Sometimes we try and get a shooter rod and just additional accessories that people can add on and customize their game. So the Winchester backglass actually debuted at Southern Fried this weekend, and we should have stock of that in this week. In fact, the shipment, I think, is going to be in today. But by the end of the week, we'll have that ready to ship for people and to purchase on our website. So, yes, we always plan to have some type of alternative backglass to all our games.
Right. Okay. And that brings me to the follow-up question. Let's say I have a game on order and it hasn't shipped yet, and there is an alternative backglass available. Can I get my game with the alternative glass and just keep the original one?
So no, if you buy the other one, you're going to get both of them, period. So, and typically what we do is on Labyrinth, we actually did ship the alternative backglass with the game because they were ready at the same time. Right. We did change our policy on that where it does not ship with your game because it just leads to more breakage. So we do ship that independently of the game itself. But if you buy, any of our games, you're going to get the original backglass with it. That's what we've done with all our past games. And if you want the alternative, we'll ship that independent of the shipment itself.
Right. Okay. So, Now, this is the first title since you've launched the Barrels Reserve.
Yes.
How do you determine whether the game is sold out? Because you guys having deposits from individual buyers or distributors ordering a maximum amount of games that they can order by hitting the 700 number, or is that 700 number still flexible? Because once you are sort of like sold out, the reserve members can still decide, I want another, I want in as well, and resulting in the numbers going up. So how does it work?
So so there's two different terms that you hear out there spoken all the time. There's sold out and sell through. Sell through means we've sold everything we have in stock to our distributors. And then there's sold out, which means our distributors do not have stock and we don't have stock. And I can tell you right now, we haven't heard back from all our distributors. I know we're very close to being sold through. I do not see us executing the Reserve Club on Bon Jovi. So I'm pretty confident that Bon Jovi is only going to be a 700 machine run, and we've got to find that out by 1 p.m. tomorrow. But the reality is I do not want our distributors holding games and say that we've sold out, because it's not true. So we have literally only 50 games. Excuse me, I just got back off a 12.5 hour road trip, but we've got 40 or 50 games left regarding a sell through. The majority of them are actually our games personally, but we actually are having distributors as of literally 10 minutes before jumping on this interview with you, requested more games, and we actually gave them out of our allotment. So we are almost sold through, but what I'm seeing is there's still some distributors that have games out there. So if people are looking for a game, reach out to the distributors because they have games.
Right. Okay. Now, if you start building Bon Jovi in the middle of this month, or maybe you already started, but you still have the Winchester Mystery House orders to fulfill. Is it fair to start shipping Bon Jovi games when Winchester buyers are still waiting for their game? Or are you like, well, we always run like 2 or maybe even 3 lines, so we're always shipping different games at the same time?
So we have 2 lines. Okay, so Winchester is running at capacity. It's a more complex game to build, so it takes a little bit slower. But I have a lot of employees here, and I don't want any of them to be let go because we don't have enough games to put through the line. So as Dune actually winds down in the next couple of weeks, Bon Jovi will take that line over. All our resources are focused on Winchester, and Winchester will be completed by fall. It will be completed in the fall, and Bon Jovi will slowly ramp up. So we're running 2 lines at once, depending, what people turn up to work, because people are either sick or can't come up to work. But we have 2 lines running at one time. Winchester is running at full speed, and then we've got Dune that will slowly transition over to Bon Jovi. But again, our goal was always to get this all completed within 12 months. Winchester should be all wrapped up by the fall, and Dune will wrap up in the next 2.5 weeks as Bon Jovi comes online for that. And again, all the Bon Jovis that have been built are built on outside our current work hours. So we have some really dedicated people that have been here since day one, and they've been working weekends and nights to start putting together and getting a team together to train the people on the line to get Bon Jovi ready to rock and roll. And that will take a few weeks 3 weeks to a month to actually ramp up. So our first goal is to get games out to locations and what we call the quick ship people, so people can get to experience the game to help get people excited about it as we continue main manufacturing for Winchester and Dune.
I'm not sure whether you still need people to get enthusiastic about it, but yeah.
No, people are going to play it. Like, there's still people out there that think, this can't be a fun game, and honestly, I just want to see people play it. Yeah.
So when would be the? I'm jumping ahead in my questions, but so when is the next opportunity for people to play the new Bon Jovi game?
So there's already one out on location down at Radioactive Bar in the Carolinas. They took theirs home from the show over the weekend. actually, and we've got games hopefully going out this week, because we've obviously, this show was a big show and these games were played a lot. So I actually brought some games home with me. We're going to review them. We're going to go through them. We're going to shop them out, and they're going to go right out to other locations. Obviously, Ace Gogi is one of our favorite locations. We have a location up with Hilton, up at the IO Bar on the north side of the US, and we're obviously going to send a game over to Stefan over there in Europe and Australia. But we're going to get quick ship games out to distributors so they can get them out on location to people experience it, and also help them sell their allotment of games that they have ordered.
Right. So now with Labyrinth, June, Winchester, and now Bon Jovi, it seems, and don't get the question wrong, please, but it seems all your games so far have had titles or themes that initially potential buyers were not that enthusiastic about, but were mostly or eventually won over by the quality of the game. So is Barrels of Fun, so to speak, a company known or to be known for making a great theme from an unlikely theme? And what would happen if you actually started with a popular theme?
Well, they'll see one day. They'll see soon. Maybe we're like the A20, like if you look at, because obviously my background's filmmaking. Maybe we're like the A24 studio of the film industry. Like A24 do little independent films that people go, oh, that's not going to be good. And they actually come out and they're freaking amazing. So it's kind of like, you never know you're going to get from us, but I can promise you're going to get an experience that is going to be really, really interesting. And when I look at what people are asking, and there's things that we cannot say, there are licenses that people want that I can tell you right now are not viable due to many other reasons. And I know it's very easy to say, well, they just need to go and get X, Y, and Z. Trust me, I have spoken to people, I've spoken to actors, I've spoken to music right holders, I have spoken to many people to make things happen. And sometimes these licenses are just, it's not the right time for them to be made. But I will use Harry Potter as a good example. That was a known game that could not be made due to restrictions. And we did finally get it. So I'm not saying that there's licenses that are always going to be impossible to get. Clearly, Harry Potter is a good example that it can happen. But there are many, many challenges when it comes to licensing, and a license is not just one license. Every license comes with multiple third-party licensing connections, and if we can't make all those connections work and make the best experience possible, I don't want to make it. I don't want to make a subpar game. So we have amazing games coming down the line, and I do not want to pump them anymore because Bon Jovi is here, Winchester is going down the line. These games are amazing, even though all our games are pretty much sold out apart from the 20 labyrinths that are slowly going out the door, dwindle down. I just want to make amazing games with amazing people and share that experience with you all. And after the stress and the launch of Bon Jovi and the unexpected responses to Bon Jovi, but to spend the whole weekend with people discovering Bon Jovi was truly electrifying. And I am so grateful to work with my team, from Jeff, the audio director, Luke, the mechanical engineer. I mean, there's so many people. Josh, Trent, Julian. I'm going to forget someone and someone's going to get mad at me. Phil, Jess, everyone that's worked on these projects, right down to the people on our line. We have over 50 plus employees now, which I will tell you as a company owner is terrifying. But these people make amazing things for you guys to go and play.
Right.
And when you get a leak happening and there's negative press or negative responses, I don't feel it. Like, obviously I feel it, but I don't think people realize it affects people on the line. It affects everyone. And it's, they emotionally react to it. And, they react to it, and you got to talk to them. It's like, it's okay. Like, the game is great, It's a really interesting thing to see my team react to the first initial reaction, and then to see what the reaction is when actually people have played it.
You're making me very curious what the initial reaction was to the initial reaction.
Then everyone was like, the reaction to the word Bon Jovi was very, very disheartening, because it's like, well, what do we do? And I think just the anger of the internet really spooked everyone. And this is me being honest, but we had to, hate to say it, keep the faith, because Bon Jovi is huge, and it's very easy to get distracted by noise, and that's what that was. It was noise, and we didn't intend that noise to be there. We got distracted by it, but you know what happened? The real experience happened, and that's all that matters.
In the end, it always comes down to play the game first, and then decide whether it's a game for you or not.
100%.
So, I'm very happy for you that you get to experience the Southern Fried experience, so to speak, and that the game is so well received, and with distributors ordering more games, that sounds like it's not going to take too long before your 700 allotment is completely filled.
Yeah, I agree. It's just like Dune. Dune's reception, people will go, why do we want a Dune pinball machine? And now, as of today, I have emails every day. Can I get 4 Dunes? Are you remaking Dune? Are you going to make the additional? Are you going to make 300, 200? Is it true you're going to do this? And when that game launched and it was so soft, right? And being caught between those two juggernaut titles, it was scary. It absolutely was. But now it's actually, I haven't looked today, this week, but we're in the top 10. Dune is in the top 10 on Pinside. Now, granted, that can change any time. But a game that was kind of beaten down, people got to experience it. They got to see the code progress, just like in Labyrinth, and it became something special. And we do that for every title, no matter what it is. We want to make the best experience we possibly can.
Right. Well, it sounds like you're living up to what you're trying to do with this new Bon Jovi game. Congratulations on not the initial reception, but the initial reception after the initial reception, so to speak.
Well, I got to ask you, what was your reaction when you heard that it became... The reality was, it was Bon Jovi. I mean, what was your thoughts about it?
I'll tell you, honestly, I thought they kept that a very good secret for such a long time. Again, and that's something that you guys are really good at, because with other companies, and I'm not mentioning any names, we know what their schedule is a year ahead. And I had not seen Bon Jovi coming. And I'm usually a very well-informed reporter.
And I want to publicly apologize to you and Martin. I did intend for you guys to get the media release and stuff like that, but Brian Savage, my partner, he was doing a 500-mile walk across Colorado, who handles a lot of that. And why? Because his son wanted to do it, and he figured he would never have the opportunity to do it again.
Okay.
And it just happened to happen when we had to launch. But typically, between me and him, we're handling both of this. And I want to apologize to you guys, because I totally forgot to send you stuff. But I'm thankful that Stefan sent you the distributor list, the distributor packet. So I really am sorry for not getting stuff to you.
Well, Martin did a great article. I didn't. Yeah, no, I'm very honest about that as well. If I don't get a press package up front, I can't just drop everything that I'm working on because there's a new pinball machine out there. I can't. So.
Well, again, I apologize on that, because it wasn't intended.
No need
but,
to.
Yeah, game launches are crazy. All I can say is they are different every time.
Hectic, but yeah.
No, they're crazy. Like you never know what's going to happen, and the problem is you get distracted by noise and stuff like that. But you got to try and stick to the plan that you have laid out. And as I told the team when rumors were bubbling, we got within a 7-day window of launch, which I think is still very, very good. Hopefully next time it will be back to Winchester style. But you never know. We're going to try and do the best to surprise everyone because I think that's more fun.
There was one question I'm not sure I should ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway because you mentioned Bon Jovi coming to you. Now, I'm not sure whether he would even have shared this with you, but was he like, why are there all these pinball machines about bands and there's no Bon Jovi game? Or was that nothing like that at all?
Nothing like that at all. Nothing at all. He came to us as like, we really want to do a Bon Jovi pinball machine. We've looked at your catalog of games that you've make and really want you to be, we would like you to make this game with us. And who am I to say no to that? Of course, I had to do my research because, again, I've enjoyed Bon Jovi music throughout my whole life. Am I the biggest Bon Jovi fan? No, but I like their music. But when I started doing the deep dive with them and going through their catalog and their concerts and their style guide and their history, they have such a massive catalog and documentation of their career. Like John has kept everything, and to go through that, and every little aspect of it, and finding the patches, like this is where Johnny Crab, looking at the patches and the posters and the T-shirts and the handwritten notes to lyrics, which in a lot of the artwork on that cabinet, you actually see the handwritten lyrics to a lot of the songs, like Runaway and stuff like that. It's like, to deep dive into something like that is such a privilege, and I can't be more grateful to work with such a great group of people in the band to create a very unique concert experience, and then the team just stepping up to take it to the next level from audio, visual, physical. It is truly, I'm just so blessed to be working with these amazing people, and I can't wait to keep. Well, we're gonna keep making awesome stuff, but Bon Jovi is something to experience.
Right. Okay. That does raise another question, and I know we were rounding up, but I'm still gonna ask it anyway, because I know you're a busy man. I mean, I've visited the factory twice now. Hope to be coming back in March again. I know you're very busy. Your phone is constantly ringing. Your email inbox is probably. I don't even want to know how many emails you get in every day.
It's not that bad. Hold on, I'm going to tell you. Let me refresh. Let me see. It's actually probably not that bad. Refreshing. It's 121 today, as of right now, as of on the 3rd at 3:56 p.m.
Right. Okay. So my question is, where do you find the time to design a game?
Good question.
I mean, I get it. Bon Jovi on your doorstep. Hey, we would like a game. You did your research. Not a bad idea. Where do you find the time?
I just do it.
Because if you would not have designed Bon Jovi, you still would have been a busy man.
It's good question. And I've just got to do it, right? And to reflect on this is like, I just make it happen. There's no choice, Jonathan. I just got to make it happen. I want to make this stuff exist, and we just do it. And I can't do it without the support I have from my family to my co-workers here and the distributors. I can't let them down. I've got to make this happen. And, if I don't make this happen, I let everyone else down.
Right.
And I can't let that happen, so I just make it happen.
Right. Now, And sorry, but the questions keep coming. I can't help myself. Okay, so you speak very grateful of your team, which I can understand and appreciate as well. Now, given the initial response from the public to Bon Jovi, I'm kind of curious. Like, okay, so Bon Jovi reaches out to you. I'm sure at some point you pitched that to your team. Hey, what do you think? Should we do Bon Jovi? How was that response?
So you've got people like, oh, okay. And then you have some people like, why? Like, why? And I'm not going to name names, but I can tell you there was someone like that was not on the camp of I mean, when I suggest something to them, they trust in me that if I'm suggesting it, that it's a good thing for the company. But I could tell you there were people like, yeah, okay, I'm going to do it. But nearly, well, I think 100% of them now, even one of them was like, this is probably some of the best pinball music ever done. Like, this music just makes you happy, and shooting a ball to this music takes it to another level. 100%, like, the team's not 100% behind everything, but they also know this is a job and they got to execute it. And 9 out of 10 times, they love the experience. And that's a part of a job, you know what I mean? You don't get to do your dream theme all the time. And it may be Jeff's dream theme. It may be Carl's dream theme. It may be my dream theme. It might be the 4-guy dream theme out there. But we've all got to give 110% because we got to support that individual to make the best product possible.
Right. Okay. So was there any battle between designers like, hey, I want to do Bon Jovi. No, I want to do it.
We don't have time to do that. We've got so much in the pipeline. It's like, we've got to execute.
Okay. So, well, we were already rounding up and now it's really running late. And still there's another question coming up. You did the Southern Fried Show. Where can we see you in the near future?
Well, I know I'm coming to the DPO. Were you hinting at that, Jonathan?
No, not even. I was even talking about American shows.
American shows?
Or international shows, indeed. But it's nice to have the confirmation that you're coming to the Dutch Pinball Open Expo in November.
Well, I missed it last year, and that was sad. So I have made my commitment to make sure I go to that show this year. We are looking at shows that we can get Bon Jovi to. If we can get Bon Jovi to a show, I will be there, or one of the team, well, myself and a team member hopefully will be there. As of right now, I just got back from the road trip, and we're looking at what we're going to do over the next couple of weeks to get out there. And we may even show up to certain locations where the games are going to be quick shipped, so we can have a gathering there.
Nice touch. So, and I assume you'll be at Pinball Expo.
Yes, we will be. Okay. We will have a presence at the Pinball Expo.
Okay, excellent. So, I'm already looking forward to playing the game and seeing you at Pinball Expo.
Thank you for having me, Jonathan. You take care now.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
So there you have it, David Van Ness on the launch of Bon Jovi. Thank you very much for your time, David. And now let's get back. Let's bring Martin back in and continue with our regular PINcast. Enjoy. Still to come, Sturm Pinball, of course, American Pinball, Pedretti, Spooky Pinball, news from Turner Pinball, Jersey Jack Pinball, Hexa Pinball, and some other companies as well. But let's kick it off or continue with Sturm Pinball. You know, the biggest pinball manufacturer.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Well, they were at the Comic Con in San Diego recently. And they were obviously pushing their new Transformers More Than Meets the Eye game.
Sorry for interrupting, but now that you mentioned San Diego Comic Con, what we completely forgot to mention is that the DCC game from Multimorphic actually debuted in video sort of at San Diego Comic-Con even before it was officially announced.
Yes, there was a teaser trailer shown there of it. Yes, because it was too big an opportunity to miss, as I think Jerry explained. when we spoke to him. So yes, that's right. That was that was a self leak, if you like, of
yes.
it.
So apparently that video, because it was shown there, had a reach of like 150,000 people, which is very big for a pinball company.
Yeah, let's hope it leads to some people there getting into pinball if they weren't already, or getting themselves a P3.
Right.
Yeah.
So
but anyway,
the detour.
No, good point. But we're talking about Stern there with Transformers. They had the band Knights of Omicron on their stand. It's a band who did music for Transformers, the Transformers movie soundtrack, and two of their songs or two of their tracks, I should say, are in the pinball game as well. And they were on they made an appearance at the show, but also on the Stern stand, where they were signing various merchandise and also the Transformers movie LP, which was available there too.
Okay.
I think since then, Stern have also been at another fan event, non-pinball related one, which I can't remember the name of, but...
is that the same one that Multimorphic is going to this weekend, the Gen something?
No, I don't think it was that. I think it was... I'll see if I can find out and let you know. But it was a couple of days later, I think. But in the meantime, they've been doing a lot of social media stuff, looking back at the 40 years of the company since they were founded as Data East and then became Sega and Stern. So lots of questions asked to the audience about their favourite games from certain years and reminders of how pinball used to be when they, at various stages in their history, from the founding of Data East through to the founding of Stern in 2000, and it was a very different time.
Right. Well, it keeps surprising me to see that. Let's put it like this: as we know, Data East, Sega, Stern, in these 40 years, yes, they've had their ups, but they certainly had their downs as well. Also, in when it comes down to certain game titles, and even despite some titles are considered to be truly not very popular, to put it mildly, there's always somebody who says it's their favorite game.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to bear in mind that the industry itself has been through massive ups and downs in those 40 years.
Oh yeah, that too.
And so has the market, and it's changed enormously in that time from the reliance on operators to home sales. Okay,
but if we look at the history of pinball, the market has been through its downs, so to speak.
Of course.
So some companies have created an even bigger down for themselves due to their own management decisions, which is not something we hear a lot about, because nobody's going to say, oh, we should have done that completely differently. Yeah, maybe 10, 20 years after the fact that that was a really stupid decision, but nobody's actually looking back at what could have been, or was that such a smart move at that time in hindsight and so on. Oh, well, that's just probably my journalistic hunger, so to speak, because I really like to dig into that side of
yes, I mean, I don't think Stern themselves can say that they foresaw the way the market was going to change in the years since that company was founded in 2000. So the past 25 years. Gary himself said, he wasn't home collectors were not his market at all.
He didn't want people to buy his games.
No,
he played them on location.
That's right. Yeah, and now what? Probably 70 to 80% of games go to the home. So that's changed enormously, and it took quite a bit of pressure for the company to change, to recognise that and start picking titles.
Very stubborn. Yeah. So.
Anyway, so that's what you've been doing, and will no doubt continue to be doing on social media for the next few months.
Right. So
nice cold beer.
No. 40 years in existence. Maybe they should do a book or something.
Oh yeah, because that always goes down well, doesn't it? No downside to that at all, is there? Are you volunteering to write it?
Maybe, but I'd like to get into the untold stories, why things didn't go.
Oh, the unauthorized biography.
Yeah, well, something like that. Yes. Oh well. Anyway, so regardless of a part of those 40 years of Stern, one of those titles has recently been vaulted. And interestingly, Stern, I'm not saying this that they did this deliberately, but this was announced through a gameplay stream on which is published on YouTube and probably on mentioned on their socials or promoted on their socials as well. But
I haven't seen it. No, I was following it.
So it becomes more and more difficult to keep track of all the Stern news if you want to keep up with it. But Venom, Brian Eddy, Dwight Sullivan game from a few years ago, which wasn't really a hot seller, at least not lately, I would say, has been announced to be vaulted. Now, the reason I say it like this is, here comes the sales pitch. They still have a bunch of games in stock, and they really would like to get rid of them.
Yes.
So get them while you can.
Yes, they're still available to buy, both on the Stern website and from their distributors. So,
basically, this is just another please help us get rid of inventory pitch. And so let's say that the game, we're not going to take the game into production for the next 2 years, and we call it vaulted because we have enough games to probably feed the market for the next 2 years anyway.
Yeah.
And it's not a nice way to say it, but that's probably what it comes down to.
Well, it could also mean that the license is expiring on that title, so they may not be able to make any more for the immediate future, and
they still want to sell whatever they have.
Of course. Yeah. But we recently saw a little, event with the Rush game, which had been vaulted for a year, and yet they were still delivering seemingly newly manufactured games that had June 2026 manufacturing date on the back of them, even though that was only 1 year into their vaultage. But Stern explained that these are games that they bought back from Europe, from distributors in Europe who had stock, and they were converting them for the American market in the factory, and that's why they had that date on them. But they were new in-box games that didn't sell in Europe, and were brought back to the US where there was demand. So they just had their power supplies changed, and any other changes that they need to do electrically for the US market, and they're reboxed and sold as new games.
Okay, excuse me for playing devil's advocate for a second.
That's why you're here.
Right. I've never ever heard of Stern Pinball buying their own games back. That this is absolutely a first, if true.
Well, that's what they said. And it's on their socials.
We can only report on what they said, but that doesn't mean that we can or can't question it, because this would be a new. I would be very interested to know how much Stern would actually pay for these games, given that they have to do to open up these boxes, basically convert these games, put them back in new boxes, and all that. And how many games are we talking about?
Yeah, and they have to ship them, of course, as well, back.
Right.
As well.
So that doesn't mean they're getting any cheaper.
No, almost certainly not. No, but I guess there's enough margin on the game to start with that they can afford to do that.
Right. Okay.
But I don't know.
So anyway, if you're in the market for a Venom, then you probably have a year or two to find one.
Yeah. Somewhere in the world.
Anyway. So, if you have been listening to our last month's episode, you may recall that we had some news about new positions at Stern Pinball. And believe it or not, but we actually have news of two new hires or promotions, if you wish, at Stern Pinball.
Yes, the first of those is Brian Whitfield, who is being promoted to the position of Executive Vice President, of course, which everybody is, who's in the executive level, and the Chief Financial Officer, the CFO for the company. He'd previously been the controller of the company since February 2023. So
he was already there.
3.5. Yeah, absolutely, been there 3.5 years. The controller typically reports to the Chief Financial Officer, the CFO. So this is a step up for him, one level, and a change in focus from reporting on the sort of current financials and ensuring those compliance with all those numbers that were produced, to being a more forward-looking and future revenue streams guy, developing financial strategy. Jonathan raised a very good point. What happened to the former CFO? Because we haven't heard anything about anybody leaving. I'm guessing that was Nick Parfitt, who joined as CFO in December 2022. And according to his LinkedIn profile, which I checked when Jonathan raised the point, says he's still CFO at Stern Pinball, which could prove a little bit awkward come Monday morning. But I'm sure they'll work it out one way or the other. Maybe the first one to get the chair.
Right. So the good news to take from this news is, if you manage to get yourself into a controller position at Stern, or on the same level, in 3.5 years, you could be vice president.
Also, it might suggest that there will be a vacancy for a controller position at Stern Pinball now.
Right. So
now that Brian has moved up.
So if you're looking to let's say be in Stern management in 4 years' time, now's your chance.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the first of the announcements.
The second one is a completely different level. And I don't mean it in a negative way. Actually, this is more on a creative level, I would say. As Stern announced that they hired Tanner Patch, who we know as a homebrew pinball builder, as a game designer. I'm not sure whether it's a junior game designer or just game designer. But if you've attended at least Pinball Expo the last 2 years, I would say, at least, Tanner has been bringing some of his homebrew games to Pinball Expo and other shows as well, and he's very well known in the pinball homebrew market. Two of his very unique and popular or well-known designs are Trashland, which is a white body game. That if you've, even if the name doesn't ring a bell, the green and yellow colors should definitely ring a bell with you. Which had a very unique layout, also a very unique cabinet design. And the other one is the House of Flesh and Blood, which is actually a very small pinball machine. I don't really know how to describe it. It's really small one, almost like one of these gumball pinball machines, size-wise, so to speak. But then it's a full-featured playfield with mechanisms and everything on it. So, and apparently that caught the eye of Stern, and they figured this guy is very creative, and we need to add him to our design team.
Yes, another instance of homebrew game designer finding their way into game design position with one of the big companies. So that's good to see.
Especially at Stern, remember Keith Elwin? How that turned out? That turned out very, very, very good for Stern.
And Jack Danger as well, to an extent.
Yeah. But although, fair point.
Yeah, he also designed his own games. So.
Yeah.
So that's Stern.
Yeah, well, that's the new positions, so to speak, at Stern. So, and then, well, we already talked about Stern being at San Diego Comic-Con, promoting their Transformers More Than Meets the Eye pinball machine.
Yep.
Well, if you have one of those games or are looking to buy one, the accessories for this game have also been announced, revealed, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, and it's quite a lot of them.
Exactly. So you need deep pockets. But then again, if you can buy the game, you probably have deep pockets anyway.
Okay, so what are these accessories that are now available?
So we have an Optimus Prime topper, of which the head, I believe, is moving, similar to Black Knight, Sword of Rage. Although I think that one looks a lot nicer, but that's personal taste. Price of this Optimus Prime topper is $1,499, or actually $1,500 basically.
Yeah, $1,500.
So. Yeah, so then we have side armor for $350. There's a cabinet expression lighting system for $300.
Okay, standard, I think, for that system.
Yeah, side armor expression lighting system, $250. There's a Matrix of Leadership shooter knob. I really wonder who comes up with these names, but okay, $200 for a shooter knob, right?
Mm-hmm.
Speakers expression lighting system, $200, and inner art blaze for merely $100.
Yep, that's standard pricing for those sort of things. So, but yeah. Okay. So obviously the Optimus Prime topper at $1,500 doesn't include any extra displays or anything like that, or it would be more money. So it just has the animatronic head then, as you were saying.
Right, and at this point I have no idea whether owning the topper leads to additional modes in the game that otherwise are not available.
I don't think it does at the moment.
Very well.
Yeah, there's still early on in the code. Which,
speaking of which,
I know. It just flows, doesn't it? This can't help myself at times. Yeah. Yes, it's time for the new code section for Stern Pinball.
It's quite a section this year.
It is. It's massive. But to be fair, quite a lot of them are fixes for bugs that were introduced last month. So they shouldn't take very long. You may remember that last month we described how there was a massive new code on the 1st of July. Could be included a little bit of July in last month's PINcast. And a whole bunch of code to update the system menus and the core operating system of various games and give them the graphical user interface for the menus. That was all rolled out for like 4th of July code explosion type event. So basically all the Spike 2 and 3 games got the updates, I think. So there's a lot of them. But of course, in doing that, they also added a few extra features as well to some of the games, and as it happened, introduced some bugs at the same time. So although that all came out on the 1st of July, by the 7th of July, there were a bunch of bug fixes that came out for, start off with Led Zeppelin. They had a minor fix to, because the game would default to challenge mode at times. The Beatles had a fix that fixed the problem with Super Jackpot not being awarded during Melody Mania challenge mode. Elvira's House of Horrors were all versions of that, Blood Red and Anniversary and all, and various other versions, all had a really minor fix just to fix the fact that the start button wasn't flashing. Iron Maiden had a slightly more important bug fix, which solved the problem with one of the game's diverter not working correctly. Deadpool had a very minor fix as well to fix a problem with the fourth player's score being obscured at times. Star Wars Home Edition also had a fix because there was a potential for it to crash when starting Jedi Multi-Ball. So that was quite an urgent one. Godzilla also had another one, which didn't come out to the end of the month, and that was to fix a potential crash when you were in the menus and going through the diagnostic tests for the building that we were just talking about earlier, having multiple positions vertically. Right. So they've all got fixes this month just to address errors or issues introduced with the 1st of July code. But on top of that, we talk about Transformers, which is what we were just talking about, and whether things are included in it. That's at version 0.88 at the moment, so still got some way to go until it's feature complete. But on the 22nd of July, that version came out, which added a new gameplay challenge mode called the Movie, and also some settings for it in the adjustment menu. So not a big update this time, but there's still quite a long way to go on that title. And we will bring you news of those software code updates as and when they come out in future editions of this Pinball Industry News PINcast.
Right. So that rounds it up for Stern Pinball. Still to come, so please hang on.
Yeah, we're not finished yet.
A new episode of What's Cooking With.
Who will be our special guest?
Where we find out what's cooking with. Can I already reveal who we're?
Go on then.
Go on then. Aaron Davis of Fast Pinball will be joining us to discuss.
Tell us his favorite recipe.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But first, American Pinball.
Yeah, American Pinball. We talked about new game releases. But there's a new release from American Pinball, which isn't a new game, but it's a new version of one of their existing games, and the final run, as they announce, a limited final run of 100 units of the Galactic Tank Force Victory Edition. Yes, That's right. The cost is actually the same as the previous deluxe edition, which was a bit of a cutback one. The cost is in fact $8,995, so you call it $9,000 US. And this new Victory Edition includes a brand new tank sculpt created by the Art of Pinball, more of which in a moment. It also has galactic blue powder-coated armor, which I think looks very smart. Has a new topper as well. It's a static sort of multi-layered acrylic topper, illuminated, of course, with artwork by Christopher Franchi for that, as is indeed the rest of the game. And also has new code, but there's actually new code for all editions of Galactic Tank Force, and we'll report what's in that a little bit later when we get to the code section. But it also includes anti-reflective glass, shaker motor, real knocker mechanism, and art blades on the inside of the cabinet. So all that available for $9,000 US. Only 100 of those available, and I wouldn't be at all surprised they haven't all sold while we've been talking about it.
Right. So, well, and we just mentioned a new sculpt for the tank by Lior, the Art of Pinball.
Mm-hmm.
And we also received a note that Lior has now been signed exclusively to American Pinball to make 3D sculpts for current and future games, I would say.
Yeah.
Now this might if we're talking about exclusivity, you might think like, wasn't Lior, the Art of Pinball, exclusively signed to Dutch Pinball Exclusive, DPX?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was. Mm-hmm. But since DPX apparently no longer exists or continues to exist apart from the current production of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and Melvin left Dutch Pinball as a partner or whatever you want to call it, collaborator,
mm-hmm.
And now joined American Pinball. And Melvin already invested in Lior, the Art of Pinball. It makes perfect sense that Lior, the Art of Pinball would align with American Pinball now. given that there is no longer an exclusivity with DPX as DPX ceases to exist, so that option was available again.
Yeah, seems
At
like
least that's the way I see it.
Seems like the Art of Pinball exclusivity moves with Melvin. So while he was at DPX, that had exclusive rights to Art of Pinball. Now he's at American. They have exclusive rights to the Art of Pinball.
Right. Well, very smart.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Produce some amazing products there. So
it's the smart of pinball.
Yes, very good. But anyway, one of the first assignments that Neil must have done was the creation of a topper for the new upcoming Circus Voltaire Reimagined, which as part of the announcement that the Art of Pinball was exclusive to, or has its exclusivity arrangement with American Pinball, there was a picture shown which included a bit of the topper from that game, which featured a cannon, amongst other things, and a cat as well, with a TNT detonator in its paws.
Right. Yeah. And
very beautiful they looked as well, up there on top. We haven't seen any more of the game, but
well, we don't even know whether that's the final top, or it could just be a work in progress that was shared. But it looks very nice already. So
if that's the level that they're working to, it should be good.
Right. So,
but going back to the sculpts that he's created, and the Galactic Tank Force sculpt, which of course is the first one to actually go into production. As a result of this collaboration. If you already have a Galactic Tank Force game, not the Victory Edition, but one of the earlier ones, you can purchase the tank sculpt. It's limited to 150 units, which is, I would imagine, far fewer than the total number of Galactic Tank Force games out there. So I suspect demand will be high, and it costs $299. It does light up, of course, and also has the robot inside, or the alien inside, I should say, who pops up at various points in the game. But certainly is far more detailed than the I was going to say 3D printed one that was used in the original game. I'm not entirely sure it's 3D printed, but various things in the game were. But it's certainly a vast improvement over that. In addition, the topper we were talking about earlier from Christopher Franchi, the acrylic one, multi-layered illuminated one, that's also available, and it only costs $179. So
only,
well, compared to $1,500 for a Transformers one, you could get 9 of these or eight of these for the same price. I didn't get any information about there being a limit on the number of those, like the 150 limit for the tank sculpt. So hopefully everybody can get that added to their game if they want.
And it depends whether there's a limit on your wallet.
Well, yeah, limited indeed. Of course, the company were at the Southern Fried Gaming Expo we were talking about earlier this past weekend, where they had this new Galactic Tank Force Victory Edition for people to see and play and try for themselves. And we're going back to, of course, talk about a post that we reported last month about American Pinball advertising for a junior pinball designer. Well, just a week ago, American Pinball was still advertising for a junior pinball designer, so I guess they haven't quite filled that position yet, unlike Stern.
Or they might be looking for more than one junior pinball designer, because if they start working in teams, well, you need one team to develop the first game that is going out, and another team to develop the game after that, so you can rotate teams, so to speak. At least that's what some pinball companies, rather successful ones, are doing. So,
as we heard from Multimorphic a little earlier on. Yes. But bear in mind, this is a junior pinball designer post, so it's not the main pinball designer post, and but does involve quite a lot of design work using the design software.
Do you have to have any bringing coffee skills as a junior pinball designer?
Sorry, any what skills?
bringing coffee to everybody else. Delivering coffee, doing the coffee rounds.
Well, you probably need to know where the nearest Starbucks is, yes, and whether there's a vehicle provided. Oh, I guess they probably deliver these days anyway, so collecting and transporting from the front door. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's a difficult job. Yeah, no question about it.
Martin, do enlighten me. Tell me all about the new code for Galactic Tank Force.
Yes, we just mentioned it. It's included in the Victory edition of the game. But for those who bought the game before, it's now available for everybody else. Version they like several of the companies now. The code version is based on the date at which they release it. So this came out on the 27th of July, 2026. Therefore, the code is version 26.07.27. B. Yeah, B. Yeah. So this includes a new Tank Zulu mini wizard mode. They fixed the methane blaster feature in the game, which didn't always work as intended before. Made the Ice Cream Sundae Wizard mode much more accessible than it was before. Added 2 new extra ball awards, new in-game sort of instant information screen by holding in the flippers. Added a flipper button control of the left orbit magnet. So if you don't want the ball to keep going into the lock for Professor Plotnik and want it to go to the rollovers, you can disable that magnet if you want and change what the game would normally do. There are also some changes to the mystery awards in the game and new tank light shows to support the new sculpt from the Art of Pinball that we were talking about earlier. So all that's wrapped up in the new code.
So I have to say, it sounds like, Galactic Tank Force is already an underrated game, but it sounds like it's more and more fun with this new code.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it's gone down very well with owners who've been looking forward to it for a while, and it's been mooted as about to be released for quite some time. And what actually brought it out into the public was the announcement of the new Victory edition of the game. So hopefully those people who bought the previous version of the game don't feel hard done by that this new version is now available, which includes some extra upgrades that weren't available before or were at extra cost. Right. But it's only 100 of them, and that is apparently the end of the run of Galactic Tank Force by American Pinball.
Right. Okay. So, and it rounds it up for American Pinball as well. Mm-hmm. And we continue with Pedretti Gaming, also known as Pedretti Pinball, from Italy. Actually, this is more like Euro Pinball Corp news, which is the manufacturing company for Pedretti Pinball, also in Italy. Tales of the Arabian Night remake is currently in productions, and machines are already landing at distributors across Europe.
They are indeed, yep. So I've been seeing that appearing on social media feeds. I know Pinball Heaven in the UK, amongst others, have received theirs. So hopefully that will be at the UK Pinfest show, which will be held in Daventry at the very end of August. So if you want to see that game, there's a good opportunity to get to play it. I'm predicting, although there's no confirmation yet that the game will be there, but I think Pinball Heaven are going to have a big presence this year at that show.
Oh, okay. So I'm looking at my calendar. There's no way I can be there. I do want to play the game, but it will have to be somewhere else because
fully
booked
working
that weekend.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a bank holiday or public holiday weekend for us there. So
right.
I don't know if it is for you too, but you have different holidays to the ones that we have.
I have to ask to check with Bono whether it is for you too.
Oh, very good. Okay, getting back to reality, and yes, Pedretti's Tales of the Arabian Nights remake game. There's a gameplay video are now available on their social media feeds and also I think on their website.
Well.
Yeah, pointing to it, which is nice because it has no commentary at all. Nobody yapping over it, and you can just hear all the game sounds of an entire game. Running the original code, which is rather than the version 1.5 enhanced game code.
Mm-hmm.
The full game was actually completed fairly easily, which was a little worrying. But it's I've always had that problem, I think, with the original game, that it wasn't that deep.
Was this Daniela Achari playing the game?
Well, there was no obvious player, but I thought I detected a few of his signature moves in the game, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if it was him. All you could see with the hands, we couldn't even see that really; they were in darkness. So there's no indication, and I say there was no sound other than the game sound. Right. So, but I wouldn't be at all surprised. Getting through the game went through by playing all the modes and then getting to the wizard mode at the end, the Battle of the Genie, and defeating that. Didn't do any of the sort of the point scoring techniques you might choose to do, like spin the lightning lamp and get the 3 times lightning lamp scoring going, which is a typical way of going for score in tournaments. But that wasn't shown at all in the video, as far as I saw. Just went straight through it, really, from start to end in a single game.
Right. Yep. Okay. I haven't seen the video, but
it's interesting. You do see some of the new graphics that they've added, some of the higher res or redrawn graphics in there. But there's it's basically the same game. That if you're familiar with Tales of Arabian Night, this will hold no surprises.
Right. Okay. Then moving on to Spooky Pinball back in the US.
Ah, yes. Okay, so they've got a new product as well. Their new Scream Screen, and I'll say that very carefully, which is a replacement LCD screen for some of their older games, older titles. In particular, Evil Dead, Looney Tunes, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Scooby-Doo, Total Nuclear Annihilation, both the original and the second run of those, Halloween, Ultraman, Rick and Morty, and Alice Cooper's Nightmare Castle. It's an IPS in-plane switching screen, which gives better black levels, better viewing angles, and truer, more uniform colours across the display than the. I'm guessing it was a TN screen they had before, which did have a bit of a washed out look. To say blacks were never very black on that, it was quite a sort of just a dark grey. So an improvement on that would be very much welcome. This is the screen that they're now using in Beetlejuice. And if you want to, and we'll be using in future games as well, and if you want to get that game, that new screen, the cost is $199 US dollars, and it's available right now from Spooky. They had several hundred of them in stock, ready to ship out as soon as they get the orders in. So it's not a huge amount of money, and also, of course, if you replace your existing screen, you've always got the old one as a backup in case anything should ever happen to the new one. So, not an expensive upgrade, really.
No. So now I'm just wondering, should I replace one in my TNA, because the one I currently have is perfectly fine. So,
but how much better could it look?
Well, yeah. Well, I guess I'll have to. Whoa. Damn.
Yeah. Well, you can imagine what you're missing out on. And it costs you.
Oh my god. Ooh.
And it costs you $200. Brighter colours, stronger colours. And people
tempting.
The people standing at the other side of the room and right at the edge, they better see the screen a lot clearer than they can at the moment.
Right. So, well.
Okay, but that's not the only new product from Spooky.
No. In fact, no. Spooky came up with what they call a dead ring, which is which is a circular RGB LED ring, which fits under the cabinet around the subwoofer, and it ties into the game's lighting effects in the games Scooby-Doo, Looney Tunes, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Evil Dead, Halloween, Ultraman, and the newest title, Beetlejuice. So no total nuclear annihilation here, but and actually it looks quite cool. So you have under cabinet lighting, tying in with the game modes. In the game that you're playing. So if you're playing in a dark game room or a dark environment, so to speak, it will definitely enhance the experience of playing the game.
Assuming you haven't got things stacked up underneath your game that would stop it working.
Yeah, well, and of course, if you have more games and you have a well-lit game room, then it's probably a waste of money anyway. But
you can also have two of these as well.
Yes, you can also add one to the back of your back box.
Yes, I suppose. That's right. Yep. Yeah, so it gives you a much more sort of all-round lighting effect than just shining at the floor and illuminate the back wall as well.
And if you get three, then you can also mount one exactly under the playfield glass, and you'll be blinded by the light.
That sounds like a good song title.
Which could be a very fun pinball mod in a tournament, like trying to play the game while blinded by the light and you can't see anything and still try to keep the ball alive.
Save that for the Manfred Man game.
Right. Yeah. That should definitely be a mode in that. Definitely, yes. And speaking of rock bands who might be in deservance or of a pinball machine.
Yes.
I mean, if Bon Jovi can have one.
Well, yes, the door's open. Yeah.
Exactly.
But going back to, I'm afraid I'm going to have to pour some cold water on your idea of putting a third dead ring on the playfield, shining up at you, because as far as I understand it, the games only support 2, not 3.
Well, then we take the one from the back.
Oh, I knew you'd find a workaround. Oh dear. Anyway,
so please do enlighten me. Do we have new code?
We have new code. Well? Yes. First of all, we have new code for Evil Dead. Funnily enough, to help support this dead ring that we've just been talking about. The new code version 2026.07.15. It can support 1 or 2 of these dead rings. It also includes some feature tweaks and about half a dozen bug fixes at the same time. So a nice little update for Evil Dead. If you want to, even if you don't want to add the dead rings, you still get the code update, which is an enhancement. Beetlejuice, in the meantime, current game in production, has a new version on the 20th of July, version 2026.07.20, of course. And that adds a new Inferno Room mode. Adds new spooky speak features. That's the bit where you talk to it and it does things for you. And it includes a new voice training system to help it recognise you better. Has new light shows and tweaks to the function and scoring of some of the features. And those are the 2 new code updates from Spooky this month.
Right. So I tried one of these dead rings. I put it on my Medieval Madness game. Didn't do anything. It was completely dead.
Well, it lives up to its name. Perfect. You can't complain.
So it worked.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, well. So that rounds it up for Spooky Pinball. But we're not done in the US yet because we have news from Turner Pinball.
Yeah, absolutely. Their current game, Yukon Yeti, current as in... it's the next one to come out. Well, the good news is it is out now and games are shipping. And there's a new Yukon Yeti gameplay video now available as well on the Turner Pinball site and on their socials, which is a demonstration of the new sound package that's been overseen by master pinball composer and sound designer Chris Granner. I have to say, having watched the whole thing through, it sounds a lot better now. The call-outs are much improved, as is the music, though the call-outs could do with a little bit more variety added. I guess they're adding more and more of those as they go. And thankfully, they also improved the call-out at the start of Avalanche Multiball, which is something I cited as being lacking in the energy of the Whitewater one, where you start Multiball. Now you do get a really energetic Avalanche Multiball call-out, which is vastly improved over what it was before. And to help build all these, Turner Pinball is building a new pinball factory.
Yes.
Yes. They showed a picture of the where it's going to be before they laid the foundation. So it was Chris standing on a partial floor, really, before they'd actually filled in all the gaps around it. I don't know whether it's going to, whether it's actually owned by Turner Pinball, or whether it's a building that they will be leasing. But certainly looked a large area and suggests that they have big plans for the company.
It's going to be a big factory, at least based on the floor size.
Yeah, if it's all theirs, yes.
Yes. So, and else they can just lease it out. And
well, congratulations to Turner on firstly launching and shipping the Yukon Yeti games, and look forward to seeing more of their pinball factory. And maybe we'll be able to get a chance to go over there next March when we're down for the Texas show.
Ooh. Well, maybe. Yeah. Well, yeah. So then there's still a few more companies to go through. Although this is a rather we're getting to the short news section, sort of. So we got a note from Jack Ranieri from Jersey Jack Pinball.
And what did that note say?
Well, Jack asked us to let everyone know that Van Halen is not, I repeat, not their next title, as some rumors have been suggesting. He also said that Jersey Jack Pinball doesn't even have the license for Van Halen. So, and I also believe that he mentioned something like that there would be no disrespect or anything in regards of Van Halen whatsoever, but they just don't have the license.
I also said he didn't think it would be a good title for the company, I think. Good as the band is.
Yeah, they decided to jump on this one. Not to jump on this one. Sorry.
No, that's right, yeah. Yeah, so in case there's any confusion, it's not their next title. Okay?
Yeah.
And they don't have a license for it.
No.
Not to say somebody else doesn't, but Jersey Jack Pinball doesn't.
Yeah, so I did a quick Google search, couldn't find out who might have it currently. So
if anyone,
then again, if anyone, but if it would be that easy, then there would be no speculation left.
Oh, well, so that's something that's not happening, but or at least not yet. But what is happening is on the Jersey Jack website, you can find a very nice guide that they published. Surprised me, this. Wasn't really expecting it to be there. But it's a guide to running and playing in tournaments. How they differ from playing in pinball, playing pinball in arcades and bars or in your own home, and how you go about setting up a tournament. It's a nice little free to access guide on the Jersey Jack Pinball website. So I recommend just reading it because it's informative for everyone, I think.
Well, I know a few people that might probably could use some guidance in organizing a tournament.
Yeah, and of course,
as it seems to. Oh well, yeah.
Yeah, I could say, and of course, Jersey Jack Pinball, the current game, Sonic the Hedgehog, that game is now shipping in its various forms. Before it was when it launched, it was shipping to some operators and some locations around the world, and taking various times to get there. But the production games are now being shipped via the factory. So good news there. Congratulations to Jersey Jack on getting that game out.
Right. Okay. Then we move to France. Hexa Pinball, to be more precise. I'm not sure whether this is news that reached the rest of the world, so to speak. But if you're, you might have heard or not that there's currently quite some big forest fires near the Bordeaux area in France, which is actually the same area where Hexa Pinball is located.
Yes, it is, yeah.
So I figured let's reach out to find out whether they are in jeopardy or whether everything is fine. And Alice responded to me, very nice of her. And basically she said, we're all fine except for the fumes and ashes, but no big deal. And I think they, I'm not sure, I think they posted a photo of some landscape where you could see the fires in the distance, but far distant, so not too close.
Yes, I've been following that because a friend of mine's booked to go on holiday to Bordeaux this coming week. I'm not sure whether he's actually going to be able to go because of all the forest fires out there.
Tell him to bring barbecue meat.
Yes. Not sure how well that will go down. But anyway, it's good news that Hexa Pinball are safe and not in any danger from these fires, at least not at the moment. I hope it stays that way.
Right, yeah. So, and of course, Hexa's current game is The Three Musketeers. And guess what? There's new code.
Yes, there is version 0.959. It came out on the 27th of July, so just a few days ago. And it now includes, I mean, the changelog doesn't say exactly what they've added. It does tell you what's in it now. So it includes 4 chapters, 3 multi-balls, 7 duels, 4 challenges, a mystery mode, and a video mode as well. So look forward to seeing how the video mode plays in that, as amongst all the other things. And might even get a chance to see that at the UK Pinfest show this week or this month. But I will be reporting from there next month to let you know exactly what was there. And of course, you'll be able to read a review and report about it in Pinball News very soon afterwards.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Then we have Cardona Pinball back in the US. Who have new code for Fishtails, the Ultimate Fishing Challenge, which is their upgrade kit.
Yeah, a third upgrade kit for obviously for Fishtails this time.
Yes. So
probably gone from No Good Gophers and Black Rose.
Right. So quite a lot of feature and scoring changes, including changing the scoring in the Barracuda and Stingray Mini Wizard modes to encourage decent progression through the regular modes and features before going into the Mini Wizard modes. The better you have done, the more those Mini Wizard mode shots are worth.
Yes, because otherwise it was people were just sort of basically timing out or just starting the other modes and just so they can get to the Mini Wizard mode. But now it's definitely worthwhile doing well in those regular modes first, and to make the Mini Wizard shot, as you say, worthwhile. And that's the update for Ultimate Fishing Challenge this month.
Right. Okay.
And wraps up, I think, our news from Cardona Pinball.
Yeah. So then, well, all the way on the other end of the globe, we have Vector Pinball in Australia. Do we have news from them?
No new games announced, but of course they're working on their Lost in Space game, which is the current title. But if you remember last month, we were talking about the Australian Pinball Expo show being held this month, or in the month of July. And Vector Pinball were represented there with having 5 of their titles there. It's easy to forget how many machines they've actually produced over the last few years. But yes, they had their Ned Kelly 8-Ball Fury, which I think was the first one, Lost in Space, Holden, and Peter Brock, the King of the Mountain game, were all there and all well received at the Australian Pinball Expo. A little more news from that show in our next segment.
Right.
Which deals with Homepin, of course, who are actually, although a Taiwanese-based company, have very strong links to Australia, where Mike Kalinowski, their owner, was from. So Homepin donated a couple of their replacement PCBs, a Williams Power Driver Board and a Williams Dot Matrix Driver Board, to the raffle for the Australian Pinball Expo show. I just want to get the name of that show right. And doing that helped raise a total of $6,374 Australian dollars for the event's chosen charity, the Women's and Children's Hospital Foundation. So congratulations to the show for raising that money, and well done to Homepin for their donation towards it.
Right. Okay. So, and any other news from Homepin?
Yes, Mike posted that he now has a new batch of 105 Bally main power transformers, which are available to buy right now. They have come with mounting plates and rectifier boards. I had a quick check around and found that Pinball Life in the US currently has them in stock for $299.95 US dollars. But those are set for US voltage and they don't ship internationally. So if you're not in North America, check Homepin's other stockists to see if they have any which are for your mains power, mains voltage, and a bit closer to home. They will ship to you. But nice to see that Bally power transformer being available, and hopefully it'll bring a few games back to life that would otherwise not be. So that's the latest product from Homepin. No new games, but a new transformer.
Right. Okay. Now, still coming up, our What's Cooking with segment with Aaron Davis from Fast Pinball. But first, our very popular No News section.
Yes, and it's quite expanded this month. We can start off with Wonderland Amusements, who are shortly to bring out their TMNT, that's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Battle in the Sewer game. But there's no news and no new gameplay or promo videos or anything like that. Game is still supposed to ship in October of this year. So we would expect some more information about that to come out very, very shortly. But we did say that last month and we didn't get any then either. So no news from them. Also, no news from the following companies.
Well, Killdozer Studios in the USA for one, although we did get to see some enamel or whatever the material is, some metal pins.
Yeah, we did mention those last month, but I think the range has expanded now, and there's a wider range of pins available, which will be available as those original ones that we mentioned were at Pinball Expo in October.
Right. Yes. Okay. It will be nice to see Jake and Antoinette there.
And again. And they're going to have a big range of like 10 games or something, I think. 10 of their Monster League hockey games set up.
Okay. That's impressive.
Also no news.
Well, no news and still some news. I'm also wondering, since Rams Pinball is building these games, I'm curious whether we will see that a road trip game. Whether that will be at Pinball Expo as well.
Well, I checked on the website for Ramps and on their socials, and there was no news about any updates on that game. The only thing is that the website had been updated to say expected late 2026, whereas before it said about late 2025. But other than that, no, nothing yet.
Okay, so then there was also no news from Bitronic in Spain.
No news from Dutch Pinball, unless Jonathan knows otherwise.
There is.
There is.
Yes.
Well, you were doing so well.
Yes.
But you're doing so well in not bringing you news.
Yes, and then I remembered that Rens Hoijmakers announced on Pinside, and it was later confirmed by Dutch Pinball as well, that he is leaving Dutch Pinball and he will be joining Melvin at American Pinball, although it's probably not a position in the US, but he will probably be working from the Netherlands. And I think he might be involved in making manuals or something like that. At least that's Rens used to do customer service for Dutch Pinball the Big Lebowski and the.
He was very much their face of social media for a while, wasn't he?
Yes. So I suppose that will be he will continue to do something like that for American pinball. So that's the only news from Dutch Pinball. And if you're looking for a position at Dutch Pinball to replace Rens, then maybe this is a good time to give Barry a call.
Yes, if you'd like a position announcing no news, then speak to Barry, because we haven't got any other news from the company themselves. So, and we haven't had for a good number of months, but keep hoping.
Well, so anyway, then there was no news from Chicago Gaming.
Nope, nothing about their supposed upcoming Halo pinball, but to be honest, given the speed at which news and games are developed and come out there, we probably won't expect anything about that until next year at the earliest. There's also no news from Pinball Brothers, which is getting increasingly surprising and maybe a little worrying that we haven't heard anything about a new game from them. As I mentioned before, Ramps Pinball, no news from there. Checked on that. No news, of course, from Pinball Adventures in Canada, or from Quetzal Pinball in Spain. So,
although I do expect at some point news from Quetzal Pinball in Spain.
Well, we've been expecting that for probably a couple of years now. It hasn't happened yet.
Well, it can always happen.
As we've seen, games can be announced and released when you least expect them. Which takes us really onto our the segment we've just been trailing, because while I was at the inaugural Austrian Pinball Festival.
No. Come on, give this a proper introduction. Welcome to the other news section.
Oh, well, it's not really other news yet, because we're not really into other news, but okay. If you want it to be in the other news section, it can be. Yeah. Okay. So, as I was saying, while I was at the inaugural Austrian Pinball Festival in Vöcklabruck in May, I got a chance to sit down with Aaron Davis of Fast Pinball fame for the latest edition of our What Cooking With segment. Aaron, of course, is now a regular at pinball shows, including at this weekend's Southern Pride Gaming Expo, where he's helping to organise and promote the ever-expanding homebrew community's display of projects, while also, of course, pushing the Fast Pinball electronic system, which is now being more widely adopted, and including by Pedretti and Pinball Brothers and their Euro Pinball Corp games. So, in order to find out what's happening, let's head over to Vöcklabruck in Austria and a rather echoey sort of private bar in the Riva Ice Rink Arena to find out what's cooking with Aaron Davis.
So this was a fun challenge. You know, we've been talking all weekend, and the idea of what would I cook if I had the chance to share a recipe.
That's right. If it was you,
it was the most complicated thing I thought about.
If you were cooking for your wife or your family, or just
okay. So
free flow.
So when I thought about like what I wanted to share, I thought I would share like what I call like fancy ramen. Okay. And this is like fancy in the sense of it's not actually fancy, but it makes me feel fancy. All right. So so what I will do with this, and again, we're talking like your basic like ramen packet that you get out of the pantry to go and make as a snack.
Right. Okay.
But I'm trying to be healthy. I'm getting old, and I need to eat better. You know, so I've been trying to trick myself into eating better by adding slipping vegetables discreetly into my food
that you don't notice.
By the time you dump like salty soup on top of it, like everything tastes better. So I'm also like trying to be a responsible husband and things like that, and not waste food. Okay, so what I started doing with this ramen was we would go and we'd take like grab a pot. Again, we've all cooked ramen before.
Well, you say that, but for some people, ramen is not a familiar dish.
Okay, so
explain what it is.
So ramen is what at least me and the people I knew in school and stuff like that would eat. It was like 25 cents a packet, and you throw it into some boiling water for a few minutes. Just noodles and like a little flavor packet, like very basic.
Right.
Yeah. So but for me, it's like kind of maybe a guilty pleasure kind of thing. It's just a simple, nostalgic, when I was poor, this was great, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but what we started doing was the idea of like, you know, I work from home and I'm super busy. So the idea of like, what can I make very quickly?
Yeah.
It tends to be not as good for you food, right? So how could I feel less guilty? So what I started doing was, I'd make the ramen like I usually did. And then, but the trick was before I poured it in the bowl, I take a handful of spinach out of the refrigerator, throw that in there, and then just pour the soup on top. You know,
just cold spinach.
Yeah, just cold spinach. You know, and it gets flavor mixed in with it and stuff like that. But that was the beginning. You know, it's a little bitter.
Yeah,
it wasn't good enough, right?
But it makes it a little more healthy.
Exactly. There's vegetables floating in here. It's not just the dried out vegetables in the flavor package. You know. So what I started doing though was like I would look in the fridge to see like what kind of proteins do we have left.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's like leftover chicken or some pork, or like one of my favorite things to do was like we would order barbecue from the town I live in. Yeah. So when I go to like Houston to visit, you know, our friends at like Barrels of Fun and stuff like that, like or the TPF, it's always like, do you want to have barbecue? You know, and I'm like, I have fantastic Texas barbecue in the town I live in, so I always pass and we get maybe Mexican instead. You know. But if we order barbecue at my house, those leftover pieces of brisket work really well. So what I started doing was, before I started boiling the water for my ramen. By the way, this is such a funny topic.
Good. Yeah. That's the whole point.
It's hilarious. So what I'll do is like before I boil the water, what I started doing was first I take my handful of spinach and put it in my bowl. So it's in the cold bowl, waiting for soup.
Yes.
But I would take the pot that we boil the water in, and I put a bunch of sesame oil in there.
Yes.
And
that's very tasty.
Yeah, get it heated up, and then whatever meat I had around, like slice it pretty thin and throw that in there. So in the case of like brisket or like chicken or things, it's like frying up in the sesame oil. Mm-hmm. And maybe I'd add in a little like green onion, finely sliced and stuff like that. So it's getting flavors. We're building flavors.
Any garlic?
No.
No garlic yet.
I feel like that's an ingredient I need to have around this. So when I get home, I'll add that in. I'll report back. Okay. So, but in that pan there, it's just frying up in sesame oil. It's getting heated up and it's a little crunchy.
The aromas must be lovely coming from that.
Oh, absolutely.
With the sesame oil and the barbecue.
And that's usually when like my kids start wandering and be like, "So what are we cooking?" I'm like, "Back off. This is mine." So what I'll do is I'll get that all heated up and cooked, and then scoop out all the meat that I cooked with the onions and everything, and just throw it on top of the spinach that's sitting in the pan.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I leave all the crunchiness, all the debris from the frying, like in the pan.
Sure. Yeah.
So then I just put in 2 cups of water and boil that. So that while that's heating up, I go back over and maybe slice up a little more green onion. Just throw that into the bowl with all these ingredients.
This is your broth now at this point.
Yeah, so that's cooking over here. But I'm adding more to my bowl waiting here. So I'll thinly slice like some carrot into like some strips. You know, I need to get like a mandolin. You know, those little.
I know them. Yeah.
I'm just trying to cut my fingers off. You know? So I cut all that up and throw that in. And by now, like the soup is heating up. The one I like to use most is it's just soy flavored. You know?
Oh yeah.
I think it used to be like it had a different name before. It was like I don't remember what it was called, but like I found this flavor. So it's just soy. It's very straightforward. But while that's cooking, I throw the noodles in there. But in the meantime, my bowl on the side here now has spinach in there. It has the whatever protein I cooked up in there in the sesame oil. Yeah. I drizzle a little more sesame oil on top of it. And then I have like a red chili oil that I use.
Oh, nice.
So drizzle that around.
Bit of heat.
Yeah, so it's adding some mass to it. But right now it's just this greasy pile of spinach and vegetables and things.
That makes it sound bad.
But the greasy, it's delicious, you know? So that's the flavors in there. So meanwhile, like the water's boiling. I throw the noodles in there and they're boiling. And then I take what else do we use? It's like the toasted sesame seeds.
Oh,
kind of drizzle that around in there too. So it shakes them on.
Yeah.
So at this point, I'm just waiting for the noodles to finish. You open the little flavor packet, dump it out. It's cooked. This is like so fancy. All these chefs are listening, going, "God, that sounds really good."
It started well.
Yeah. And so, but in the end, like I've got this bowl of vegetables and the proteins in there, and then just dumping the soup right on top. Now, if you go get ramen at like a restaurant, it's just this bunch of flavors that all kind of come together. This has been it's just like I said, like the noodles. There's nothing like I'm not growing taller or getting healthier with this, but like I feel like adding some vegetables into the mix, it's making it feel like a less of a guilty pleasure.
It's a more balanced
meal.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to be better. But like I said, like it's one of those things that as I started doing this, my kids started kind of copying it, and they would cook some of these things too. Mm-hmm. But again, I really liked looking into the fridge and finding whatever leftovers we had, to use that, and whether it was like a pork roast where we could slice some pieces off. So the meat is the interchangeable part, yes, and so you can vary that based on whatever it is. But I definitely think that I've been trying to manage portion control better, like when I'm eating dinner. And if I know that I'm like on my own for lunch the next day, I'll save some aside, put in a little container and hide it so my kids don't eat it. My kids are all athletes now and they eat everything.
It's very control of you.
Right. So anyways, I mean, that's my silly recipe suggestion is fancy ramen is what I call it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, we are here at the Austrian Pinball Festival.
Yes.
The very first Austrian Pinball Festival.
Yeah. My first time in Austria.
Indeed, yeah. So how are you enjoying the show so far?
This has been very, very cool. I think that what I'm learning to get better at is go to shows where I don't have to manage a booth,
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, we've talked all day. We've been hanging out. A bunch of us, we found every excuse to keep drinking beers.
Don't give away all our secrets.
But I would say that Stefan Reidler, who's done a fantastic job with this show, the fit and finish everywhere has been so cool. And he said he really wanted to see if I would come out and help stimulate homebrew, see if we can get more of a homebrew presence. And I've gotten to meet a whole bunch of people here already that are either making games or want to make games. The Treehouse Club.
Yes,
that was Stefan, his game. And then Marcus next to him had another game. But just coming to see games that I haven't seen before has been a blast. So, it's something that I would definitely do again. It's gotten so much easier, at least, from my perspective, to travel overseas. And coming to these shows has been a lot of fun because, again, you see people and the people that you don't know, you probably, they're pinball people. We all get along.
You will know them, yes, if not now. Yeah. So how would you describe the homebrew environment in here, as exhibited at this show, compared to in the US?
I think it's just maybe it's a couple years behind. Right. And I don't mean in quality or volume. It's just more of homebrew in the United States. There was a few people, a handful of people, a dozen people. It kept growing.
It's more of a community amongst them.
And I think that's the best part about it is I mean, a lot of us are, in our 30s, 40s, 50s and stuff. We need something to do. So it's by making a pinball machine, it's kind of you're getting into this cool club of people that know what it takes to do it. And it's also a reason to get together, and spend time together. And that's what these shows really are. So meeting the guys here making homebrew projects, it's the same thing. I've seen them do their posts on Pinside or online and stuff like that. But now I have faces with names. Yeah. So we're taking pictures together and hanging out and promising that we'll end up at a show together again another time, So it's definitely cool.
So when can we next expect to see you in Europe?
Well, I mean, we were talking earlier about should we get out for what's it, Dutch
Pinball Open Expo?
Yeah, so that would be a great one to go to. Like I said, my buddy Brian Madden, who started the Mission Pinball Framework, lives in Paris now. Yeah. So that makes it a really easy launch point for me.
Yeah, indeed.
I can hop in, spend a few days with him, and get acclimated to the time zones, and then hop on these trains.
Yeah, head over to Eindhoven, and well, hopefully we will see you over here again very, very soon, and we'll of course see you at Pinball Expo in October.
Yeah.
And thank you for joining us on this What's Cooking with Aaron Davis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Martin, for recording that segment. Very interesting. And we'll have to give that a try.
Yeah, absolutely. And look forward to seeing Aaron again soon. And that'll probably be Pinball Expo again in October. Well, there will no doubt be another huge homebrew display of upcoming games and completed projects as well. And as you were just reporting about STEM Pinball, we all know where that can lead for talented game designers and creators.
Yes. So, and then there is, I'm not sure whether it's shocking news, but sad news, I would say.
Yeah, it's. I'm a little bit confused about this, but Brett Davis, who you may know as the head of the X-Pin company, who very often have very large displays at pinball shows with all the purple branding and all their replacement boards for multiple different manufacturers and eras of games. improved designs to increase the reliability of things like CPU boards, driver boards, displays in particular, in multiple colours. He says he's closing down his XPIN operation. That's the design, manufacturing and sales of XPINs, replacement boards, supplies and displays. He says it's due to a combination of health, financial and personal circumstances. However, he says he will continue to support existing XPIN products that people have bought, so if you have any questions or issues with them, he will still be available to answer the support calls on those. However, the strange thing happened then, that in the sort of countdown to the closure of XPIN, there's a new company sprung up, which is also counting down to their launch, and they're called XPR Pinball Solutions, available at xprpinballsolutions.net. In the meantime, on Pinside, various stories have come out about business dealings that Brett's been involved in with other companies. He used to make the pin score displays for Marco, but that agreement soured and ended. XPIN was formed off the back of that, and then there was an agreement there with Big Daddy Enterprises, which also went the same kind of way. So now XPIN's gone away. There's no clear details about this new XPR Pinball Solutions and who's running it. So we will see what happens there and bring you an update on that next month once the company is fully launched, and hopefully then it will be a lot clearer who they are. But they're certainly selling all the same products that XPIN were, but just rebranded with XPR Pinball Solutions. So maybe somebody's bought out the company and all the rights to manufacture these things, and the website design and everything else. But let's hope so, and let's hope there's a good future for those products, because I think they're very, very sought after and very much appreciated, and seem to be very reliable too.
Then there was a something that I think that we should briefly mention. It was brought to my attention on the website of NEP Arcade, where they reported on Todd Tuckey, who we know of TNT Amusements, mentioning on the arcade website KLOV that he spoke with people at Suzo Hap, and they told him that they are selling their current inventory of coin-op arcade equipment, which includes like flipper buttons, coin mechanisms, buttons, all sorts of
coin doors.
All sorts of materials that you need in coin-op, which usually are already in the game. But if you need to replace something, that's where you get it from. That they are not restocking up. So basically, they sell what they have, and when it's gone, it's gone. So, and I have no idea whether what's the decision behind it. Maybe there's they used to be the biggest company selling those parts, but a lot of smaller companies have started selling spare parts and so on. So it might be tough for them to stay in the business, and maybe it's just not in their interest anymore to stay in.
Yeah, just too many parts now to keep track of. It's very difficult to keep all these things in stock, I'd imagine. Every new game comes out with more custom parts that need stocking. Yeah.
Right. So if you want to read more about Suzo Hap and where this came from, then do visit neparcade.com.
Okay. So. Now, there's a new pinball book come out actually now. Tasker Smith's new book, Pinball, A Quest for Mastery, was launched in the US by Schiefer Books. There was a launch party at the Center for the Arts in Natick it's in the northeast of the country, New England area. That took place on the 28th of July. Massachusetts, that's what I was trying to remember. Yes. There will be a wider launch later in the year where it will be available in other countries. For more details how to buy it, a list of promotional events, you can find all this information at the pinballmastery.org website. And very soon, hopefully, once I get around to finish writing it, there'll be a review of the book on Pinball News. So another article coming up. It's a from what I've read, I'm about halfway through it at the moment and reading it. So I think I'd definitely read the entire book before I write a review of it. So I'm being conscientious in this, and it just take a while. It's a big book with a lot of information in it. So if you would like to get a copy, go to pinballmastery.org and find out where you can get a copy, because it's definitely worthwhile.
Okay. So, and then of course we are about to wrap up this episode, but not before we bring you the latest on the Deep Root Pinball saga ever continuing story of Robert Mueller being sued and going to jail. And
well, hang on, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It is seemingly never-ending. This criminal trial phase of Robert Mueller. Remember, there was a civil case with the SEC which has been put on hold when the Department of Justice launched a criminal prosecution of him. This is going to come as no surprise, I'm sure, to those who have been following it over the years. You might remember last month we mentioned that there was now an additional charge that had been added to the rap sheet, which was the fraudulent use of COVID-era payroll protection program (PPP) money. That's resulted in, unfortunately, him being given more time to prepare a defence. So the plea bargain deadline for that charge and the existing charges of wire fraud has now been pushed back from the 17th of August. Yes, it's going to be this month with the court and jury selection starting very soon afterwards. So that's now been pushed back to the plea bargain on the 29th of January next year now. Which, if there isn't a plea bargain done, jury selection and trial is now set for the 22nd of February next year. So how many years has this been going on? Well, it's been a long, long time, and the thing still hasn't come to court yet. He did also put in a motion to have the PPP fraud charges dismissed, but that was rejected by the judge as being a valid charge and part of the same process. But so now we can look forward to waiting until next year before we bring you any more updates on potential trial dates for this ongoing case.
Okay, so maybe we should start. I'm not sure what it's called in English, but some sort of a pool where you can predict the actual dates that there actually will be some sort of a trial. And if you get it right, then you win something.
Yeah, you win 6 months in prison. No, with Robert as your roommate, cellmate.
Oh, how cozy!
Yeah.
Well, that will never happen.
Because exactly. Yes, exactly. I think it's a good idea to. In a way, I'm kind of glad we don't have to worry about it for another 6 months or 5 months or something now. We can put it out of our mind and we'll pick it up again later. But I'm sure there will be more news coming out later about this case. So we will bring that to you, of course, because we like to be complete in our coverage of pinball events.
Yes, at least we try to.
We'll try, yeah.
Yeah. So we hope you've enjoyed this look back at the month of the Pinball Industry News in July of 2026.
Yes, we'll be back at the start of September with our next PINcast, looking back at all the events in pinball industry through this month, the exciting month of August. So until then, from me, Martin Abe of Pinball News.
And from me, Jonathan Houston of Pinball Magazine.
We hope you have a truly amazing August, and we look forward to joining you again at the start of next month for the very next edition of the Pinball Industry News PINcast. Bye for now.
Right. Yeah, and remember, it's the PINcast the industry listens to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
Bye-bye.